what did we say? We have 19 teams?
16. Yes, we're going in 3.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Central Florida Cyber Challenge. It is being held here at Orange Technical College East out in Avalon Park, and we welcome you to this very exciting event. This morning we have 16 teams from several different counties, 9 schools that will be competing in a sort of kind of capture the flag scenario. So we've got a lot of programming, students that are with us today from all over. Amy?
Yeah, so we have students here from Olympia High School, Livonia High School, as far out as Broward County with Nature Coast Technical High School, Melbourne High School, OTC, Orange Technical College South Campus, University High School, Timber Creek High School, East River High School, and Orange Technical College East Winter Park. It's a lot of people here today. They will be competing in teams of 3 in 2 different rooms. There's 2 different events that we're really excited to tell you about.
All right, and I guess we should introduce ourselves. My name is Michelle Berggren, and I'm one of the senior administrators for career and technical education, and we will be providing some commentary throughout the event, as well as some interviews with our esteemed guests and some of our instructors. And we have...
And I'm Amy Parker, and we will be with you all day throughout the event to share updates as well as what's going on. And now we're going to go ahead and introduce you to our the speakers are about to begin, so we're going to go ahead and move on over to Mike Martucci, who is head up this competition.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, geez. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
There we go. Welcome to year 5 of our Cyber Challenge. It's the Central Florida Cyber Challenge, even though we've got teams as far as Hernando here this year. And we've got Brevard County. We're excited to have it. My name is Mike Martucci. I've had the pleasure of starting this years ago with T.J. Thoss. He's hiding in the corner over there. This was his brainchild 5 years ago, and we keep growing it and growing it. I want to thank all of you for taking time out of some of you a day off, to come here and compete against your peers and see how you do and do well. We've got a fun day of activities. We've got some great prizes for you, so I'm looking forward to a good event. Having said that, I want to also thank the Avalon campus. We got Cap Jadana, our senior director from the East Campus, which is as part of. Hey, Cap, thank you for letting us use this wonderful facility. And at this time, we can't do these events without leadership that says, let's find ways to engage students in real-world challenges. Very fortunate to work for a lady. Her name is Melanie Stefanowicz. She's our associate superintendent. Came here 2 years ago, and students are first and foremost in her mind. Teachers are a close second. So she drives us hard to make sure that we provide these type of experiences for the students in Orange County and Central Florida. So without further ado, and we get into this, I'd like to introduce Ms. Stefanowicz. If you'd like to say a few words, please.
There's a fancy microphone here. I don't know who afforded this one, right? Good morning, y'all. How you doing? Good. How many of you are on spring break already? Wow. That's a whole nother level of commitment that I wasn't actually fully prepared for, because I keep forgetting that we're on the cusp of spring break. You guys have probably been counting down, right? Well, we've been counting down to this, so it's kind of the same thing, right? How many of you came here to win today? Right? Because why else would you come in on your first day of spring break, right? So let me ask this question. In terms of, I believe words mean things, right? Words have a specific context, right? So what does winning mean to you today? Yes, sir?
To me, it's actually learning and understanding.
Okay, so learning and understanding, that'd be a win today. What else? Yes, sir? First place. Because somewhere around here, there's a pretty cool trophy. I've seen it. It might be as tall as me. Without the heels, likely, though. What else? Yes? The feeling of achievement from trying your best. Any other ideas? Yeah? Coming out today better than I did yesterday. That's every day, right? He had the pleasure of hearing me say, when I was asked how I was doing this morning, I haven't fallen down, and so we're doing better than yesterday, right? So I want to talk. He didn't tell me how long I have, so I've only prepared a 50-minute speech. So I hope you'll bear with me as I cycle through this. No. It's very short. It's very short, I promise. But I do want to work through it, because there is an actual point at the end that ties back to this. So let me share what I think winning looks like at a day like today in an event like this, because you're all right. I'm very competitive. I want to win. I've got a team picked here today. We can't gamble, can we? There's probably a school board policy against gambling, so we're not gambling today. But, for me, winning on a day like today, we have a lot of business professionals here, and they're hungry to hire people. There is a huge need, even within our school district. We have 3 hiring managers, not hiring agents. I don't know how you guys want to describe yourselves, but if you'll raise your hands real quick, take a look around. These are people you want to meet. Who's here from industry? Raise your hand for me, please. Take a look around. These are people you want to meet. So winning on days like today at events like this, part of the reason I think you came here on your first day of spring break is because you need to make some connections, right? How many of you have a LinkedIn account? So does every adult in this room. I know, because I follow them all. So connect with the people on LinkedIn. As you're walking around, moving from room to room, introduce yourself. How many introverts do we have here? I don't go anywhere without somebody who doesn't mind walking up to somebody else and saying, hey, who are you and what do you do? And there are 2 people in this room that tell you that's what I do. Or I'll stand over there and wait for them to signal me to come over. Make the connections, connect with people on LinkedIn, and be sure that you showcase your talents, because that's truly what it's about. We have all kinds of opportunities, not just in Orange County, but in Brevard and in Hernando. Internship opportunities, apprenticeship opportunities, employment opportunities. People in this room are going to be watching today looking for talent because we are desperate for talent. Make the connections. To me, that is what winning at an event like this is all about. How many of you believe life is full of defining moments? Remember, it's never the moment that defines you, it's what you do with that opportunity to leverage it to get where you want to go. That's what winning at events like today is. Mike, over to you.
Oh, wow. That's it, I told you, I can't really talk. I could talk for 50 minutes, but you would want to hear it. Have a good day, guys.
Wait, she hasn't. Nothing. When's my final evaluation? No, wait. All right. I do want to take, before I get to our guest speaker today that we're very proud to have, they're not here, but let's give it up for our sponsors that makes this happen for all of us here today. You're going to see industry in and out all day. You'll have some just to give you an idea how the day is going to go. When we leave here after the keynote speaker, you're going to leave here. Some of you are going to go into the room and start the hacking and the penetration into whatever you're trying to get into. The other half will go to a classroom over there. We've got some problem-solving logic type stuff to work through. It's starting to get in the mind of what a hacker thinks like. Then we'll come back together for lunch, and at lunch we'll have an industry panel discussion, and you'll have a chance to talk to industry leaders and get to learn a little bit more about what their expectations are and what you need to do to get a job and do well. Then after lunch we'll flip. Then after that, we'll get into probably some ethics while we're tabulating the results and have the awards. But we've got great prizes every year, probably the best prizes in Central Florida, and it's because of the partners right there, so thank you for that. So Miss Stefanowicz, sorry, I have to be formal. She says people that walk up and talk to people. Well, they have this convention called ITSIG. It's the largest defense, it's where all the defense contractors from across the world, for the most part, come together at the convention center, and they talk about the latest, greatest technology and how they can support the armed services. So I'm walking around there, and I see this guy walking with a bag. I said, I'm going to go talk to him. So I went up and said, hey, my name is Mike, and your name, sir? He said, my name is Chris Sears. Really? Well, let me tell you what we're doing here, what Orange County is doing here. We're putting together an industry roundtable in the aerospace defense to try to understand what the needs of industry are so we can better prepare the students for jobs and careers and experiences in those areas. So the person that I'm going to introduce, I met him by just walking up and saying hi. He probably wished by now he would have kept walking. But no, I think it's one of the best contacts we made there. Mr. Sears loves horses, creates hovercrafts, is the chief technology officer for a large company called Sterling Computers, who happens to be Dell's cyber provider. When people go into Dell, you've heard of Dell Computers, right? I'll let him tell more about the company they do and what they do, but he's right here in Cocoa, or Merritt Island, and we're very fortunate that he wanted to step up and be your keynote. We did originally have, just for all transparency, we had Vice Admiral Mike McConnell, who was the head of NSA, National Security Agency, and U.S. intelligence for Bush, Obama, and Trump, was going to call. He recorded because he got called away to Washington, but we can't get access to his system. Correct, Alan? I think there's some firewall problems, so we couldn't do that. So we're very fortunate. So you'd rather hear this person talk because he's more entertaining, more connected to industry. Our friend, your friend, Mr. Chris Sears. Thank you.
Thanks. Wow. You all decided on the first day of your spring break to come here. How long have you been preparing for this challenge? A couple months? Okay. It's about how long our relationship started out, right? So I'm Chris Sears. I am a product of the Florida school system. I graduated in Pasco County. I was a lot like you. Started writing my first video game at the age of 12. I had my first professional job at the age of 15, started my company at 17. And I did it all without a degree. I did it all without a high school diploma, right? I surrounded myself with people who believed in me, and I believed in myself and my capabilities. I also like to learn how to read, right? And it's a major skill. If you can read well and you can read quickly and you can understand technical topics, then you're going to go far, especially with your career. Now, I'm a CTO. Anybody know what a CTO is? Yes. Yeah, Chief Technology Officer. So I steer the strategic vision of a near billion-dollar company. Okay. I've been involved in DoD for about 35 years. I've held the highest security clearances. I've dealt with a lot of these situations that you're going to experience today. And I'll tell you, the threat is real. And the threat is getting worse and worse, and we need you. Right now, we need you, okay? And it doesn't matter if you are going to go and pursue your college degree. It doesn't matter if you're going to pursue more technical capabilities. I've solved 5 major industrial challenges before I even got my college degree. It took me 10 years to get my degree, right? But I did do it because I did see some importance in there. And I think you'll see that too as your life continues, right? The other question that I have for you as well is, how many people have felt that I can't get a job if I don't have experience? Because you look at all the requirements on who's going to hire you, right? And how do you get experience if you don't have a job, right? Well, I can tell you there's a couple of ways to do it. There's a book called Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and one of the big things that they talk about is work for free. There are plenty of people and plenty of organizations where you can volunteer and you can get that experience. The other thing is 10 seconds of courage. If you are an introvert, saw a couple people raising their hands, I'm going to come after you, okay? 10 seconds of courage. Walk up to people like Mike did with me. I had no idea. I should have ran, but I had no idea that was going to happen, right? And I see that as a life-changing moment. I haven't had the opportunity to really speak to, a lot of folks such as yourself, and I'm excited for what you're about to embark upon. Sterling Computers represents 1,500 different vendors in the IT space, a lot of which you see up top here, Cisco, Intel, Fortinet as well, and they're all screaming for talent such as yourself. Okay, they are, and they want capability. We have a thing in industry that we call paper tigers, and those are folks that go out and they get their certifications and they have all sorts of certifications, but they have no capability. And then when you put them to task, they fail. What you are doing right now is a capability and not a piece of paper. So, I hear what's your goal? First place. That's a great goal to have. If you don't get first place, don't walk away and think that you've failed. And if you believe you failed, good. Because failure will breed success. Continue to fail. You can't fail if you don't quit. Okay? I've always lived by that. The other thing too is there's a couple of books that you should all read. One is called Background Math for a Computing World. very simple to buy. They're like $4 or $5. It was written back in 1980. But it will teach you binary arithmetic, hexadecimal, octal, all the different number systems and what makes computers work. That is the fundamental issue with everything that you're doing right now. You need to subnet a Class C network. You can do it in your head if you understand how binary arithmetic works. Right? You look at a MAC address. MAC addresses are hexadecimal. You can immediately be able to tell F0 is 250, FF 255, right? Okay? So there's plenty of capability there. On the cybersecurity aspect, probably one of the best books that depicts what happens in a cybersecurity environment is what's called The Cuckoo's Egg. It was written by a gentleman by the name of Clifford Stoll. This happened a long time ago, but it's basically about an astrophysicist who wasn't a real computer guy that wound up solving one of the most highly technical, advanced international cyber crime incidents that ever existed. And it's a story, it's a paperback book, okay? And, read those. Continue to go out and look at industry. I have a LinkedIn page. I ask you to connect with me. I have about 12,000 people that I'm connected with, right? Now that you know me, and I think I want to say you know me now, right? I'm here to help. I think that each and every one of you that have taken the initiative to take your first day of spring break, which honestly, folks, I wouldn't have done it. Right? But, I was in a different point in my life at that time. But for you to be able to take the initiative and do that, and for the teachers that are invested in you to watch you grow and take that time is more important than you could ever imagine as you look back upon your life. At my age, and I'm old, I still remember the high school teachers and the middle school teachers who greatly affected my trajectory through my career. And I hope and pray that you continue to feel that way as your teachers are investing time with you and you build those relationships. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. What company do you want to work for? L3 Harris. Okay. May not be L3 Harris 10 years from now. There's mergers and acquisitions that happen all the time. It used to just be L3 at the time, right? So that's cool. Anybody else? Northrop. The highest paying. Okay. So your goal's money. All right. Okay. A lot of people have different drivers, right? If it's money, that's great. If it's knowledge, that's another one, right? If it's the mission, that's another one as well. Yes? Lockheed Martin. A lot of defense contractors. A lot of systems integrators out there, yes?
Anything that's within our nation with government?
Anything that's within our nation to defend our government. Wow. That's fantastic. It's interesting because I haven't really heard a lot of the ones that in tech that I thought I would hear. Amazon, Google, Facebook, right? How many of y'all have TikTok accounts? Okay. Instagram. How about Instagram? All right. So, okay. All right. Maybe a couple years from now, you'll see the trend start to shift. Used to be, there was several other sites that came before Facebook, et cetera, right? Okay. It's interesting. Do you know that TikTok spends about $2.5 billion a year on tech? $2.5 billion. And they're growing. And they're continuing to grow. And why is that? Anybody? Can anybody tell me? Because people are beginning to share, right? And with the sharing of technology and with sharing of information, it's going to need to be secure. You don't want to share everything about yourself and then all of a sudden have it completely wide open for anybody to take. You're starting to see a lot of that, right? Personal attacks, WikiLeaks, things like that take place. Defense contractors. Interesting. So I've worked for pretty much every single one of them. L3 Harris. I worked for Lockheed, have about a 30-year relationship with Lockheed, from aircraft all the way to cybersecurity and theater battle management. If you ever want to see what they're doing in the future, go on to sam.gov. That's where all of the government proposals that get submitted, and look for things like RFI, request for information. That's before all the government dollars come in, and then people write responses for that information to be able to get money so that they can win these contracts, right? So how many people think that the only way to get those positions is through a degree? Well, if you raised your hand, a lot of those positions require it, and I disagree with it, okay? There's two things that I want to tell you about, and probably very few people have explained this to you, but you only need two major certifications in order to be extremely marketable to companies like L3 Harris and Lockheed, and it's a Security Plus or some other type of cybersecurity certification. And then the other one is either a networking certification or an operating system certification, right? Like a Linux Plus. Do you guys have something like that? Yeah. You do, and Security Plus. You're working on it, right? It's a pretty hard test and pretty expensive too. It's about $350. It takes about 3 hours. If you have those, then you now become what is called the wonderful acronym of DoD 8570 IAT Level 2. How many people have ever heard of that, right? What that allows you to do is it allows you to be certified after they keep your nose clean and you don't commit any crimes. And I know this is enticing, right? But stay on the good side. You'll get a security clearance, your IAT level 2. They will definitely look at you in a much better way because you can't touch a computer system on a DoD network without IAT level 2. Okay? And guess what? You can do it now. You can do it right now. And those certs are good for 3 years. So don't think that you're not going to be able to progress with your career, with the things that you want and love to do before you get that degree. Okay? All right, so I think that's about enough time, or, you know?
Any questions before we, because you'll see Mr. Sears at the panel at lunchtime for more questions, but is there any questions that resonate with any of you right now with what he said that you'd like to ask him?
Yes?
How important is it to have connections at a company?
Oh. So you ever hear the old adage, it's not what you know, it's who you know? Okay. It is important. And it's important for them to, for the person that you're networking with to want to understand what your goals are, right? I ask two questions in job interviews when I have people, and I interview everybody at my company, right, that comes in a technical spot. I ask two questions. My two questions are, one is really, really simple to ask, but really, really difficult to answer. What do you want to do? Okay? I ask people, what do you want to do? And they come back with a response of, well, I want to do something in cybersecurity. Okay, you know, what do you want to do? Do you want to be, you know, white hat, black hat? Do you want to do, you know, network security? Do you want to do neuromorphic, you know, cryptography? I mean, what do you want to do? So think about that, right? And then the second thing is, if I were to give you $10,000 right now, what would you want to learn? And a lot of times, people don't really know that. People don't think about that. But companies, when they hire you, they're investing in you. They're going to train you. They're going to spend time. You've got a team of employees that are in processing, you know, you. It costs money to bring you on staff. And I've heard some really crazy answers. One was, you know, I want to become a helicopter pilot. I hired him. And the reason why, and you're laughing, right? And that's okay. But and I had other engineers that were on those calls that were laughing at him too, right? And they were like, hey, could you believe that guy? And I said, no, we're going to hire him. And I said, why? And I said, because my customers are Lockheed Martin. Lockheed Martin owns a small, tiny little company they acquired called Sikorsky. What does Sikorsky do? Helicopters. So if I've got an IT specialist that understands tactical networks and communications and, you know, the 1553 bus that rides across the aircraft, and he's a helicopter pilot, do you think I want to bring him in on that meeting? Heck yeah, I want to bring him in on that meeting, right? So there's no wrong answer. One person wanted to create his own cryptocurrency coin. That was kind of interesting, you know, to the moon and then drop it and then make other people lose billions. But that's the thing, right? Those are two questions. So take those two questions internalize it and think about it. Like, what do you want to do? What do you want to do, right? You might need a job, but do something that you want to do. Because if you're doing something that you want to do, man, it's the best experience ever, right? I sit in a position which is the top position in a company from a technical level. I didn't have that position 2 years ago, and I had my boss took a chance on me to become their first ever CTO, and that was a stretch. I didn't know what I was doing. Well, I kind of did, but yeah, I made some mistakes, but I also made some really big successes. So take some risks, right? Take some risks in this competition too, you know? Be innovative, work together, ask the hard questions, do the work. A lot of people that are my age look at young people and think that you're not hard workers, right? Just a bunch of young kids that, you know, want to stare at their phones all day. I rage against that because I think you all are coming into some of the most difficult times in society and in history. And looking at the number of people that are in this room that are getting ready to do some of the hardest work in defending our nation and joining DoD companies to be able to protect it is some of the most important work of all. So thank you. I wish you all the best of luck. Can't wait to see who's first. Might surprise you. Who knows? Might be the folks that don't really talk very much.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Sears. All right, at this time, I'm going to bring two people in, introduce them. One is Bobby Kuzma. Those of you that have been here last year, I'll let you to Bobby. Bobby will be our host through the rest of the ceremonies today. And also Wesley from EC Council, who will explain the rules for today. And I do want to tell you, we'll look at the time. We know that lunch is at 11, so whatever the time is left, we're going to just stop it there, and the second half will be the same amount of time, so we keep it even and fair. So without further ado, our friend, 5 years he's been engaged with us. We're happy to have him back. I don't know if he's funny today or not, but I always like him. Mr. Bobby Kuzma.
Good morning. I may not actually be funny. I had my sense of humor surgically removed in the last year, so my apologies. That was a joke. So, how many of you guys were here for the last go-around or previous iteration? Okay, so we've got some return customers. Okay, so, yeah, like everything's different. Not really. Okay, so we've got two different sets of things. You get both the offensive and defensive experience. Over in this direction, we've got reconnaissance and actually hacking on a web application. In this direction, we've got a series of defensive activities investigating an incident. There is plenty of interesting stuff for you to do. You should not get bored. If you get bored, well, you shouldn't get bored. There's plenty of things in there on both of them for you to find yourself doing. Now, I'm going to turn it over to Wesley at this point from EC Council to go into some specifics and operational details. And then we'll let you get settled in and start going so we can make up some time since we did start late. And I don't want any of you getting hangry because, you know, I have a small human who is of a moderate size, and when they get hangry, I don't want to be in the same zip code. And there's an awful lot of you, and I don't want to deal with any of that crap. So, Wesley?
That is a long microphone. Look at that. All right. How's everyone doing? Hello. Check, check. All right, cool. So, as Bobby said, we got a really awesome day planned. The cyber queue component is going to be in that room. And really, what we're doing is we're separating you guys this half of the room and that half of the room. So forget your teams. We're changing things up. Just kidding. All right, come on, come on. All right. So there's two challenges we have for you. They're both 60 minutes. If you finish one, the first one you have to complete first. That's called Nmap. The second one is Weak Door 2. So You got 60 minutes for each challenge. Do the NMAP one first, weak door one second. We're going to be broadcasting your scores, and we'll announce the winners at the end. So the teams I'm going to call first, you guys are going to go over to that room. The other teams are going to hit the storm challenge. So drum roll. Ready? All right. Okay, cool. All right, I'll go through these one by one. Where is it? Olympia Trojans 3.0. Hands raised. All right, you guys, awesome. You're going over to the Storm Kit, or I'm sorry, the Cyber Q Challenge. Dad jokes. Dad jokes. Okay, I love the team name too. Cyber Q Challenge. You guys are going to the Cyber Q Challenge. Grunting men. Okay. Oh, you got to give the grunt. Oh, yeah. All right. Colonial Coders 1. That's it. All right, you guys are over to the Cyber Q Challenge. And then Colonial Coders 2, we're it. Colonial Coders 2, you got, all right. The Cyber Queens. Cyber Queens, awesome, you guys are at the Storm Challenge. Cyber Cougars, you guys are at the Cyber Q Challenge. And Cyber Crew. These are all Cyber Q Challenge. Sorry. Yeah, all the Cyber Q Challenge. Yeah. So Cyber Crew is the last one. Everyone else, you guys will be at the Storm Challenge first. So good luck.
Storm Challenge is in 104, everybody.
Give them their username right now.
All right, good luck, everyone.
All right, and welcome back. So as you can see behind us, our room is empty now, and all of our Cyber Challenge teams are heading off into one of two rooms that we are going to be using today for this particular competition. But before we talk about the different rooms, I kind of want to go back to the welcome and the keynote. They had a couple speakers that our students were listening to that gave them a lot of information about how to get into cybersecurity, into programming, into defense, and those IT areas, and as well as encouraging them as they head out in today's competition. The first person that we heard from was our Associate Superintendent here at Orange County Public Schools, Melanie Stefanowitz. She heads up our Career and Technical Education Department, happens to be our boss, both of us sitting here, and many of us in the room. And she had some great words for our students, and she talked a lot about defining moments, and that there are defining moments in people's lives, and this could be one of those defining moments for several of our students who just don't know what's going to happen. The students have opportunities for internships. She talked about that a little bit. She talked about opportunities for employment, particularly in this sector, and what a lot of you might not be able to see right now is we do have several employers, top employers in the Central Florida area that are at this event, and they are actually here to support our students, to encourage them, to see what talent we have in the room, and again, to network with them. So I think that's probably one of the key points that Ms. Stefanowitz was talking about. She was encouraging our students to network with people here, to meet people, make connections, because it really is all about connections. And even though we know for a lot of us, we might be introverts, particularly in this sector, to be bold and to go and meet people and walk up to people and introduce yourself and start talking to them, because they do want to hear from our students. They are looking to our students as future employers. And then following Ms. Stefanowitz, Bonowitz, we had a great keynote from Chris Sears from Sterling Computers. I don't know, Amy, did you want to talk a little bit about what he was sharing?
Yeah, so Chris here, I mean, what a great story. He started off his company as a young student, and he just grew his love for this field through that. Went to college and really learned some great things. So some big takeaways for him that I really just loved to hear was that, you know, succeeding is great. Like, the kids all came here, they all want to win, right? The students and adults. But succeeding is great, but sometimes, you know, failure, you actually become very successful from failure because you have the opportunity to learn. So everyone here, we really feel like is going to be a winner because having these opportunities and experiences are something they can put on their resume, right? And I was speaking to a couple of kids before we started, and they mentioned that because of this event, they had to learn a whole new code, a whole new system. So now, instead of being exposed to one, now they're exposed to two. So they're all, you know, winners. We love that. He talked about high-needs jobs, and that is very true. I looked up on the Occupational Outlook Handbook, the statistics that is put out by the U.S. basically, and they say that the growth rate over the next 10 years is 33%, which that is extremely high number, and the salaries are looking great from $50,000 to $103,000 a year. So there's a lot of opportunities, like he was telling us. So we really just want to thank, you know, our keynote, Chris here, for his time and his support because, you know, the kids, I'm sure, are just totally impressed and want to linked into him, which he encouraged.
Yeah, there was a lot of great interaction and feedback as he was speaking. I did like that he said the threat is real, right? In cybersecurity, I think he kind of opened up with the threat is real and the threat is indeed real. He did talk about two books. He encouraged everybody in the room, students, to take a look at two books that he thinks are really kind of defining things that students should read. The first one was Background Math for a Computer World, and that one is by Ruth Ashley. Not that we're plugging books, but I am kind of plugging books because he talked about them. And then the second book was Cuckoo's Egg, and that was by Cliff Stoll, and he really encouraged our students to check those out and take a read, that they were worth it. So I like that he did give them advice on how they could learn more about what's happening in the world.
Right, and spring break's here, so they have time, right?
Like, yeah, exactly, they have time.
Reading for enjoyment.
We should point that out, Amy, that today is the first day of spring break for all of our students that were in the room, and he did compliment them on being dedicated enough to take the first day of spring break and to come over and to compete in a cyber challenge before they go off and do whatever it is they're going to do over spring break. The other thing that Chris actually talked about, he did talk about the industry certifications that our students should be working toward in order to make them more employable and valued in the IT sector. So he talked a lot about Security Plus, which is CompTIA Security Plus, and then the CompTIA Networking Plus, and any kind of an operating industry certification. All of those are certifications that are available to our students. Most of our students do work toward those, particularly at Orange Technical College on our East Campus and our South Campus, which are two campuses that have IT programs, and we'll get to those in a couple minutes, but we do have these types of programs at Orange Technical College at those two campuses, and our students do work toward those industry certifications. That's not to say that the high school students don't work on those as well. They do have that opportunity, right, particularly if they're in dual enrollment programs, but even outside of that, some of the other programs do work toward those as well.
Right, yeah, so, you know, students, there are two different types of students here. We have our students that are in the secondary programs, or their post-secondary programs on their high school campus. So we have those students here, and they're competing. And we also have some of our adult students here. So we just really, at Orange Technical College, we just really like to engage our students at whatever level they're at to give them these workforce experiences and real-life situations, and make it really fun at the same time.
And we're not going to lie, there's some great prizes at the end, too. So there's a little enticement there as as well. But yes, we do like to give them some real world opportunity and experiences. So while Amy was talking about the different types of students that we do have here, we'd like to point out that Orange Technical College, which is located here in Orlando in Orange County, it is affiliated with Orange County Public Schools. We have 5 campuses across Orange County. We do have programs, and the students that you see here from Orange Technical College are either in applied cybersecurity, enterprise desktop and mobile support, and enterprise network and server support. Sorry, that's like a mouthful to say.
Yeah.
And then we have some high school students that are also with us today, and we have a lot of IT programs at our high schools, and those programs are building. We're getting more and more of those. They're becoming more predominant. But we do have students from Java development and programming, which is something that we offer at several high schools, as well as some computer science programs. And I think it's interesting, Amy, we saw an all-girl programming team that's here today competing, so we're kind of excited to see how they perform.
It's nice to see whenever, it's hard because sometimes kids feel like, or adults feel like, I can't really enter a program that's not, for girls or for guys. But we really want to take down those walls and just let everyone know, like, you're accepted in whatever program that you are interested in. So as far as, you don't have to be, a female or male to go into nursing. Like, you can do whatever. You're totally welcome. And we need people of all different genders in all of our programs. So it's good to see that we have a good mixture here of genders within our event. So we're happy for that. And maybe we'll get to talk to them a little bit.
I hope we get to talk to some of the teams, maybe during lunch and during break. Amy, I know both of us have our notes about what's going on in these 2 different rooms. So do you want to talk about the 2 different rooms?
Sure. So we have 2 rooms. We have one room that is deemed the dark room. It is that. It's deemed
dark.
It's dark.
We actually would take you in there, but it is so dark that if we took the cameras in there, you really wouldn't see anything. So it's like, if you think of like the programmer hanging out in their basement in the dark programming, and I will say this, we are doing what we refer to as ethical hacking or safe hacking. We're not actually hacking anywhere. It's really, they're doing the capture the flag on a server here, and it's in a very controlled environment. But this is kind of what's happening. We refer to it as ethical hacking.
That's right. Because, sometimes when you learn how to ethical hack, you also know where the areas of weakness are so that you know how to prevent that in the company that you work for. So that dark room, they're using a program called Storm, and they have a piece of information that they know that something is being compromised, some system is being compromised. The students during this time, they're going to look for various flags throughout the program using a system called Linux, and they're trying to figure out what sites are compromised, as well as who the victim is and who the hacker is, as well as their IP addresses. So that
gives the location.
Which gives the location of where they are. So that is one of our rooms. Very, very exciting. So that competition will last about 60 minutes. And then they'll flip, and the students will flip into the other rooms, which the next one is the white room, which is the Cyber Q, is the name of it. And you have students who are doing offensive tactics to try to identify a number of flags, 34 to be exact. This is taking place over an hour. This is a 3 out of 5 difficulty level, and the students will very likely not finish.
Right. It's designed so that they don't actually capture all 34 flags. It's also designed where it starts at a certain level and it progressively gets harder as they go. And so just knowing that going in, we don't anticipate in either room that students actually get all the way to the end.
That's right. They, in the white room, they're going to have 2 different scenarios, which is also very cool because those scenarios, they will, they'll get through one and then maybe reach the other. And so they could skip a flag if it's too difficult, but they can't go back. And so if they skip it, they can't go back, and they will be scored upon that. And we will have updates here, I believe, as well as updates within the room, so the students can kind of see what's going on as they ethically hack.
Yeah. So it'll be kind of exciting to see the movement on the leaderboards, right?
Yes.
Like as teams move and are capturing flags. They do see that. I don't know if you were mentioning that because I was reading a side note. Let's just be real. We saw the paper go across. But the students are able to kind of see their placement on the leaderboards, I think, in the room. So not that they're paying too much attention to it, but if you have a high school student out there, you know they want to win, so you know they're looking at that and a little bit driven by that as well. So we're looking forward to a very exciting competition as we continue throughout the day.
We are, and it's going to be quiet in those rooms.
Yeah.
There might be a little chitter chatter, but we won't be able to experience a lot of that.
No.
We're going to try to go into a couple of the rooms just to be able to show you guys what's going on, what it looks like. One of them, I forgot to tell you guys, the students have 3 attempts for each flag as well. That's part of it. So if they can't complete that flag in 3 attempts,
they automatically move on.
Those points. There's a total of 340 possible points in one of the rooms, and so that's going to kind of lead us as we go through. But we're excited to show you those in a little bit.
So not only do they have 3 attempts, but we've been told that they can skip a flag.
Right.
However, they can't go back to it. So if you're on a team and you can't get it, you can skip that task, but you will not be allowed to go back. So you automatically lose the points associated with that particular flag and challenge.
Right. And that's okay. I mean, if they do, because they're not expecting the students to reach all of the 34 flags. But I will tell you, I've been in a programming event before, and it was put on by a college, one of our very good colleges in Florida, and the students were doing all of their programming, and the college students and the professor were making comments like, oh my gosh, these kids are so smart, because they were solving their hardest problems. So I anticipate some of that today as well, because we have some really highly skilled students.
There's a lot of pressure. I was looking around the room. There's a lot of pressure going on in here, and just having been with Orange County for the amount of years that I have been, I know some of the instructors that are walking around here, so it could get pretty intense as the day proceeds on. We also would like to let you know, not only are we going to try to get into a room just to kind of give you a view of what it looks like, what the atmosphere is. Again, it'll be quiet. It's not full of too much energy. It's just kind of a weird, stressful problem solving.
It's energetic for sure, but it's
different.
It's a race. It's a race to solve these difficult problems that are placed in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're also hoping that we're going to be able to talk to some of the instructors as we go throughout the day and talk to them about their programs and about how we can perhaps get more students interested in our STEM programs, our programming programs, because we definitely know moving forward that is a high need area. And so how do you get students who are in middle school, even elementary school, but middle school and high school, interested in these programs that quite honestly are high skill, high wage, which is really what we look for.
Right, absolutely. And you know, this stuff starts off young. I mean, it doesn't mean that your student can't gain interest, mid-year in high school. But the thing is, it's about exposure, right? And so exposing your students to these different activities are great. We have a code week, I think,
We do.
that happens across all educational levels. So that's kind of like a little bite, a little teaser of what the stuff these kids are doing is. But expose, and the more skills and opportunities and jobs they're exposed to, and hopefully help your student to decide what is best for their career.
Sure, and I also think too, taking a programming class, a computer science class, a coding class, any of these, in high school, whether you believe that you are ultimately going to go on and do that after graduation, I think beyond that, the skills that you're learning are skills that you can take no matter what industry or sector you're going into. It is serious problem solving. It's that logical thinking, trying to find solutions to very difficult problems, working with people. A lot of soft skills go into it. We joke a lot about how students are introverts and things like that who go into programming and computer science. That's not necessarily true, but you are in these courses learning to work with other people, and that's super valuable. It's like one of the greatest needs that we've heard, I know, from our employers and our advisory boards.
Oh, absolutely. They do have to be able to work with people, and so that's what's so important about this particular event is they aren't working alone. They have a captain and they have 2 additional team members, and so they're working in tangent in order to accomplish this goal. And I think that's what we do, right?
Yeah.
Well, that is what we do.
Absolutely.
Every day, whenever we're working as employees or employers and just developing a cohesive team that can work together and appreciate each other for their skills.
Super.
Yeah, so the students are, they've begun. I'm excited to see if any flags have been captured yet. I understand it looks like there's a series of questions they have to answer and then submit in the dark room, and so I imagine that's kind of what they're doing right now. I want to kind of bounce back to students and the programs that we offer. And so in Orange Technical College and Orange County Public Schools, we have 2 ways that your students can get involved. And one of these are one of our many other programs. One way is they can do it through technical dual enrollment. So they would reach out to their career specialist or their counselor on their campus and talk to them about what their interests are, and hopefully to direct them into a career and technical program. They would be able, if accepted, they would be able to do dual enrollment, going to Orange Technical College 3 periods a day, and then coming back and finishing the rest of their academics on their high school campus. It's really a great way to try a career and hopefully to gain some awesome certifications. And the best part, it's complimentary. You do not have to pay for it. The students are covered while they're in high school. And then of course they can extend after they graduate to complete their program if they don't do it within the school. The second way is that you can connect your students to Orange Technical College as a adult. Like maybe they graduate, they don't know what they're going to do. They need to go ahead, they can get with their career specialist is really the best way to go, and express interest in career technical education, and we can walk through the manuals and kind of talk to you and count to you a little bit about what kind of career might be for you and get those first steps started.
Yeah, we know that we do have some seniors that we refer to as undecided. They're not sure what their path is, and Orange Technical College provides a great way to begin a path. And then once you get into Orange Technical College, if you decide that, yeah, I do want to go on beyond that, we do articulate into Valencia College. And so the credits that you earn with us, they go right with you to Valencia. And the great thing about Valencia is they in turn go ahead and articulate into UCF. So it's a win-win all around. And no matter where you're at, you can decide, hey, at Orange Technical College, I'm done. You have your certifications. You go out into the workforce, you're going to make a great living, you'll be all right, and you can make that choice or you can move on. So the other thing, as we're talking about students, is even if we have some adults out there, Orange Technical College, you might be thinking, hey, I need to do something a little different, right?
Oh, sure.
In life, I need to upgrade my skills. Maybe you've just always dreamed of doing something else. Check out Orange Technical College. We have a lot of programs across all the sectors, and we would love to talk to you. You can just call one of our campuses, go online to orangetech.com. and .net, is it .net? It's .net, sorry. OrangeTech.net, Amy had to tell me. And check out our campuses and programs. We would love to hear from you.
Yeah, and I just, I want to point out, I actually went to technical college. I tried college a little bit right out of high school, and I wasn't real successful. And so I said, well, I think I'll try cosmetology school. So I went and I did that at a technical college, and it was the best thing because when I did decide to go back to college, I could have made a living and been fine with that. But when I decided to go back to college, I had a way of supporting myself that was at a higher level, pay grade, than I would have if I hadn't had that experience. So there are a lot of reasons that technical college is a great opportunity for your students. And if it's not for them, then it's not for them. That's totally fine. But these are some good reasons why you might want to attend Orange Technical College.
Absolutely. And so while we're talking about technical college and Orange Technical here in Orlando, Orange County, we do want to point out that we have Nature Coast Technical is with us today. So they are like a sister technical college that's in another county, and we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about them. They have many of the same similar programs that we do here in Orange. So if you're outside of Orange County and in that vicinity, you can check them out too. And of course, I just want to give a shout out to Melbourne High School. They're here as well. I know it's easy for us to slip into the Orange County mode, right?
Right, yeah, very easy.
but we do have some guests from outside of Orange County that are participating today, which is great because we always like to work with our surrounding counties and get a chance to network and interact with them as well.
Of course, we're about all students.
Yeah.
We want students to be successful and to find their passion. And these kids here today are definitely passionate about what they're doing. Yeah, it's really great. Okay, well, Michelle, I think we're going to go ahead and take a little break.
Yeah, are we able to give a little break, maybe take a little walk, go into some of the other rooms, and come back shortly and perhaps get a chance to talk to a couple teachers when we come back?
Look at
Competitions on the sheet.
Yeah, the competitions are on the sheet. So we're going to go into the 2 competition rooms.
Yep, we're going to go into the 2 competition rooms, and the first one is the NMAP for beginners competition, and then the second room that we'll be going into is the week door competition. So the NMAP, is that in the white room? That was the white room?
Yeah, that's where both of those are in that same room. We're going to NMAP right now. That's where we're going to go.
Perfect. We're going to go to NMAP and see what's happening off in that room.
Okay, we'll see you guys in a little bit. Look forward to it.
Okay, so did this we just get it, and now we're doing the same response earlier. Yeah. Actually, or all things. Yeah, it was. We did this again earlier and it worked. Oh, right. I already started and it worked. We took yours. All right. Okay. It's a good idea. I think we're just switching those.
He told me I switched to this camera, but he didn't tell me what to do with it, so I'm just gonna.
I told you. Let's go.
Yes.
Right, yeah. Wouldn't it nice to like take a picture of it and record it?
What about skateboard?
Well, but that's the start.
That should work. What am I going to
Oh.
These are all the older boards, all right?
Oh, right.
And then for the other one, I have scanned. Or like this one, there were 4 boards. And that's what piece of it specified which board you had. So we heard we didn't have to this is sort of why we're working together. I mean, that's what question is on. 9.
So is the service one nice?
How'd you guys get started?
So you those axes represent the yeah. So it's literally like a 3-letter word and a 5-letter word. I love it. We're just looking at this and not
So we have to go through that list of TCP ports that it gave us and then find that and edit.
But what I how do you it was dash but we don't know because yes. Okay. No, it's habit. No, not why. Start copying it. Oh. I'm gonna teach them questions about the answer. Oh.
That's what an asshole Oh yeah,
What if it's aspects? By the way, let's go. That's the Let's keep going. Right?
let's go. No, I can't spell it format. How do you format it? Oh, it doesn't have to follow format. Oh, I didn't see the bottom part. Yeah, you can. So I need to scan all four. Probably just all.
Dice for
Okay, I would, yeah.
we tried so much, we stuck in there.
What is 9? Don't know.
Oh,
Is this actual software online? Is that not actual software, or is it just free software?
Alright.
What's top? You know what's funny is that's actually not correct. What?
full screen.
Alright, hold on. It's either essays or. Let's go. Alright.
This is the one. No, because it's blocked. Hang on. I have to.
Right, but you're supposed to look up it on.
Did you guys find 9?
Yes.
Okay. There's 10, so the only other one has. Oh, wait, one of them did that. Oh, capital P, lowercase.
Is the answers on the old one. Is that blocked?
Well, it's closer than all affected.
What have we done before that we did wrong? Hold on.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Hold on. Sorry.
I'm gonna see what a Google search does with this.
Where is it?
It's just this.
We skipped 9, so of course question 11 is with
I'm like really interested. You know, you have to blank this.
Yes.
Not really.
I'm pretty sure that's the huh.
So good.
We need to first get this thing up and running.
Sinking.
I know.
Right. I couldn't guess. We have 5 guesses, so I could guess dash A and dash O. Probably, but we will see.
Dash
The XML?
no.
Oh, dash O. X like that? Okay. Is it lowercase or X?
Did you finish the lowercase?
Got it. Oh, now we just need to wait for it. Well, now it's not up, but yeah, I got that. Oh, we can't do anything with the Nmap until.
Oh, did you get the one? Get the one that is the 5 Okay, we're on 11 right now.
Try to click on it. I mean, and then
expand the flags again? Or click on red flags? Okay. There's no, and try and control delete. Well, just on the console. Okay. Pretty big.
The next one. Yep. That should be, that's what I thought. Let me guess, you guys guessed on the easiest question on here? Sorry, what? Print conversion number. Walking, I think that's sure
Bro, what? I swear that was our first. I swear it was one, two, and three. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. Actually, alright. This flag is the topmost I'm just wait. Search that. Search this. I think it says. Wait, Brian. You mean restarting this entire thing? The whole.
We got all the questions that
So
The computer. Yeah. Well, I mean, don't try it because nothing else is coming. Also, let's find out.
I know it is a silly question, but do I slide it front?
Okay. Well, if we're going to do anything, and that also, I want to No, it says excessive format. We have 5 guesses. Just like well, isn't that the title of what it is? That's the title. It's in flag though. There's no way it's not. There's actually no way. It's a flag. The operating it can't work without the attach.
What's the matter? What happens? You're supposed to go from that. Okay.
This works. Wait. This is
Yeah, it should click right now. There you go. We'll get more adventures. What's that?
Alright, fine. It's not gonna work though. So it's dash something. What is
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Yes, that way.
Trying to make some plans now on how to bring. Branching out a little bit. Sorry. I'm going to go back to
Well, I know, pretty well. Let's spend 2 guesses on your enrollment stuff. Let's spend 2 guesses and just. Right, but let me also put this. That's how many boards there were for that. Wait. Yeah, just. Second guess. So how many closing boards?
That requires fundamental.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
We have no clue. Mark your confidence, you can figure out, you can put F out very well. That's our programming knowledge coming out. I don't know what to guess. No, we're just guessing.
That's a him question. Let's go back.
What we need to do is find every important piece of the stats. Just make sure that they have this like this whole Yes. Hurry up. Squeeze it out. So I'm checking Mentor, which is like pretty much what the source to all right, let's start going on.
Not me, everyone. It's just taking a while to scan. 7%? We skipped down the rank question. It's on the scale.
We're going to have to use our combined IQ. Which equal what? 400. Oh, here's the flow.
God, my dad's gonna ask me so many things about this.
Thank you for your patience.
No, you
In 1996, went back down to 92. Watch it.
Oh my.
No. It's gone down. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're waiting for it. Was it 95? It keeps
That's funny.
Ours is 79.
Going home. We're going home.
All broken now.
I'll speak for myself.
I'm trying to see like what my mind is.
Dude, what? And then it's gonna yeah, we've been there. Been there, done that. You've seen nothing yet. Should we take it that we won't let it
This is a cyber. So yes, there's one separate to do.
Nothing, because I was thinking, what if I...
There's nothing there. It's just
I don't know how the vibes work. I don't know. I've never taken it.
That's a big deal. That's not the year. That we try to fit in orders. What if you color on the screen red? I think it'll work. That's a story you know. So it's the
I think it means ODB.
So just this is open now. It's Mr. Schweik. Oh my gosh. This is
If it goes to 6 and
that's it, Bill.
what do you want?
Does it go back down to
Okay, what is the difference between S and B and
What if 3 points? And like the whole logic. Josh. All right. This is
It can't be last. What? Because we're technically on the same team. Therefore, if one of us is last, but the other person's not last, then we're almost not last. Yeah, we can't be last. Can't be last.
Yeah. We could. So we already know what to do.
Wait, what? Yeah. Yeah, and it's also just how my favorite sides do like design. So.
I guess that's a lot.
We just got into it.
The last question takes 4 minutes to load. Do it now.
Wait. But what was the
The next time I have to
What was the win?
SU?
Yeah, how'd you not figure that out? Don't worry, I just walked out our system for... It doesn't work. I just walked out our system for 4 minutes.
Shut up!
We have 11 minutes remaining. Our command is taking more time than it's going to take to left in the page. Kill it. Don't do that to you, please don't.
It's not working for us. Service. What is the original minus?
Well, let's start our answer anyway. Oh, you're right. Okay, cool.
Why is it all?
I don't know either.
Why is it all working?
Now you can trick it by giving me that answer. Turn this on. That one's on fire.
For some reason, I was okay, so
so we can see it progress. No, the problem is I don't know which commands take forever to run, which commands are fast. So I'm going to command like 3 minutes. Oh yeah. 25% done with that command. I want to tell you. I don't know actually. 9 was. Oh, you have to wait to figure that out. That one's so easy to get. I totally didn't just get it for time.
Just said that.
We're on mute. Okay.
Each standing is open X and up. I made a first video. Standing is X and up. Do we open up top? Okay, we already too much. All sports are open. Wait, which question was that?
You should. If it's the search engine, I mean, you're not. Doesn't know what. Unless. Oh,
I got. We can get that one, I think.
So this is the.
Yes. Oh, we got it. Oh,
wait. Oh, it's yours. Good done.
We got 4. Yeah, I love it. Oh, this one.
Oh, that's fine.
Well,
do the dash B dash, try dash B dash and then try S6. See if those work out.
Shut up,
How is that? Oh, it's there.
ideas, anyone?
Wait, something is
Oh, wait. You have to write.
Let's start reading. Read those questions. Read all those questions that you see. Not read out loud. Read them and then for the list. Target classification.
I'm just like naturally sorry.
How's it done? Dang it, we're done. We had an answer and we couldn't put it down. We got a lot of points.
How many times you guys have gone to 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds? We probably beat you guys, honestly. I don't know how many you got. 27 days. What?
Where are we gonna rate it?
That's not. That's. Wait for the next one. Press submit.
Oh, you press it. What do we do now?
Well, we did the week or one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Tell me. All right, let's go back to that one.
Linux.
Oh,
good. Yes.
I know.
Oh, this one's it's Linux. What? I don't care. I don't like Linux.
You should picture it out.
They never gave me an extension on coming. Oh, okay, that's good. I honestly started COVID.
Close that and try and read door. Because I signed another one. It's pretty much the same.
We just started it.
Okay.
You want to do week or one anyway?
Just do week doors without the two. Yeah. That's where I've been kind of moving on to.
Oh, just week doors?
Yeah. There you go. Go to the dashboard again. It should load and then scroll down. You should be able to search for week. Oh wait, you guys were the. I had to adjust your. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Sorry.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Cyber Challenge out here at Orange Technical College, Avalon campus. I could tell you, and Miss Amy and I, we had a chance to actually go visit some of the rooms, and it was quite exciting. We went into the White Room, which seems to be a little more vocal.
Happening
if
place
you will.
in there.
Yeah, that was like quite the action happening in there. And then we went into the dark room. That was much more like subdued and very intense.
Yes.
And while we were in that room, I happened to notice that we may have had 2 of our Timber Creek programming teams in the dark room. And so we wanted to take a little bit of time that we have here to talk to some of our teachers. So with us is Kyle Denker. He is the programming teacher at Timber Creek High School, which happens to be right across the street. And you brought 2 teams with you, correct?
We brought 2 teams, each with 3 students on there, and we're really excited to be here for our first time.
Yeah, yes, it is Kyle's first time competing at an event at Orange Technical College, and we are so happy that you are joining us. I do want to point out you do teach a career and technical education program, Java development and programming, but you also are the AP computer science teacher over at Timber Creek.
Yes, so we have integrated both of the AP and the CTE curriculums together to make a very rigorous program.
Robust program, and I think when we were last streaming during culinary, I made the comment that I've been teaching a long time. So Kyle, just for full disclosure, Kyle and I go way back. I used to teach at Timber Creek High School, and Kyle has been building that program at Timber Creek since what year did you start there?
So we started in the 08-09 school year, and
quite some
I
time.
ended up getting the program the next year. So the 09-010 school year is when we started the program itself.
Well known throughout the state of Florida, definitely in Orange County. Your students compete at other events outside of the OTC event. You do a lot of programming challenges.
So we do a lot of different programming challenges, and we have started dabbling in cybersecurity as well.
Yeah.
So not only do we, this is our first time at this event, but we have competed at Lockheed Martin's CyberQuest for 2 years.
Okay.
The very first year we ended up winning that particular competition, and we also compete at Stetson University, UF, FIU, and we just came back from last Monday from UCF, and where we placed first out of 89 teams from the state.
Excellent.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's great.
So we really want to talk to you about the IT sector, the need for programmers, the need for students that have robust IT knowledge. I know you are a huge advocate for teaching coding and programming, not just in high school, because it starts a lot earlier. And so talk to us a little bit about this need for programming and where we really should be starting in terms of encouraging students.
So when we are looking a lot at the career aspect of it, is we are in the United States, we are facing a deficit of programmers that are coming out of college. We're not going to fulfill the job market. And where does that go? That goes overseas. Like we don't have that opportunity. So if we can increase the number of programmers that we can get in middle and high school, that will kind of help with that, alleviate that particular stress on our workforce.
Sure.
So we've partnered up very closely with Lockheed Martin, and each year Lockheed has provided us about 2 to 4 high school internships where they actually get to work on meaningful projects. So it's not something of, here I worked at Lockheed but I fetched someone's coffee. It's I had a young lady that interned there for 2.5-3 years, one right after her senior year. And she ended up working on a missile guidance system. Like, how cool is that to have on your resume as an 18-year-old saying, yeah, I spent 3 years at Lockheed as a paid intern. So, and that's helped her go on in the future. I believe she's interning at Facebook this year. So these particular pieces, the job market for the software developers is so ravenous that they need these these people with these skills, and they're just not finding them.
Sure. And so I kind of, what you're saying is resonating, because we know that our Associate Superintendent, Melanie Stefanowicz, when she was welcoming everybody, she talked about opportunities for internships, opportunities and the need for this kind of a student out in the workforce, and to take the time, take this as a defining moment to network, to meet people, to make that connection. I think because it's speaking to what you're saying. Go get the internship. I think somebody had mentioned something about working for free. How do I get the experience on my resume? Or how do I do that if I've never had a job? And it's events like these. It's internships through your CTE programs, at whether you're at a high school, whether you're at Orange Technical College or a technical center, wherever the case may be. Take the opportunity of an internship. Take the opportunity of working on those real world problems and things that come into your teachers in the classroom. Those are all things that you can use to build your resume. So you talk about getting coding and programming started in middle school, and I know in this particular county, we've tried to do that, and we do push to do that through Project Lead the Way, and in some cases, some schools do run coding. What are some of the things that we could be looking at to do that?
So I'm gonna talk more about what we do here at Timber Creek to help out. So, and a lot of these things have gotten put on hold because of the pandemic and whatnot. But we used to have a very good relationship with our feeder schools. So with Avalon Middle and Discovery, we used to send our Girls Who Code group in there because it's really important for students to be able to identify, hey, I have this role model, someone that's like me, that's able to do these particular coding pieces. And when we sent the Girls Who Code group in there, not only did it become a meaningful experience for the Girls Who Code group, because now they're teaching it, they're feeling like they're having a greater impact, but now they're encouraging a whole subset of girls to end up wanting to pursue it later in high school, and we saw a huge increase in our participation and our diversity in our program. And when we look at research studies, and especially with the gender imbalance of tech, we don't see that in the elementary school, but in middle school, that's where it kind of changes. So it's really important for us to kind of hit it there, so that in high school we don't see the side effects of the divergence of the STEM fields versus the non-STEM schools and the gender imbalance.
Excellent. So I guess the message there is for any of our programs that are IT programs, whether you're at a high school or Orange Technical College, maybe part of the work that we do is reaching down to our feeder schools to do some of the work. It gives meaning to the current students, and then it helps build that pipeline going into our upper level programs, which is very much needed. I mean, everybody keeps talking about workforce. We have a workforce deficit, and so we need to be working to kind of counterbalance that.
Yeah, and I think it's important as well. What's good about the work that you're doing is that, a lot of times people, parents aren't thinking like my middle schooler can code or ethically hack or whatever. Like, I would have never thought that of my kids. So reaching out to those middle schoolers is really important, I think, and make them all feel comfortable, like they can do this. I think it's like the first win, right? It's the first time they realize, oh wait, this is interesting, and I'm capable of doing it. I just did it, So good stuff.
And one of the things that you mentioned was the word hack, right?
Yeah, ethical hacking.
Hacking.
Yep.
But another way to think about hacking is problem solving.
Yep,
all you're doing
absolutely.
is problem solving and trying to piece there. Because I know there's such a negative connotation to hacking, but if you look, it really just means you're making a shortcut. You're trying to figure out a way around something, and it can be a really positive thing.
Absolutely. So let me ask you that. This is off the cuff because I didn't prepare you for this at all.
Okay. Woohoo.
Okay, get ready. So if I'm a parent out there and I have a student, elementary or middle school, are there resources out there that I can go to for free that maybe I can get my kid, my student, started on the road to programming or coding?
Absolutely. So when we want to go with free items, there's free and there's paid. Honestly, there's so many fantastic free items. I kind of discourage the payment piece, but there are some really good paid ones out there too. But the first thing is there are groups out there, like MIT puts out a Scratch curriculum, and you can download it on the iPad. My daughter actually uses that all the time, where she makes stories, and she's using these event-driven pieces where she has to line things up right in the row, so she's learning those skills there. And she's in second grade.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Second grade. And she's
wow.
been doing that since kindergarten. So she can make those particular pieces. It helps with reading and problem solving. And so those are building those skills up that she'll need to know anyway. And so Scratch is an amazing program there. Especially for for elementary and middle. Once they get to middle school, they will go a little bit above that. Code.org is amazing. Code HS, I know the HS stands for high school, but it's still pretty good. Code Academy is another one. Khan Academy has stuff in there, and those are all free resources. Code Academy does have free and paid content, but Khan Academy has tons of really cool resources as well. If your child loves playing on the phone, instead of playing on the phone, make a game for the phone. And again, I'm going to go back to MIT. They have a program called App Inventor, and it's built off the same program as Scratch. So they master Scratch in elementary school, and guess what? Middle school, they can go to MIT's App Inventor, and now they can actually have a phone. They can publish it to the Android store, or they can run it on their iOS, and now they have a project to show someone saying, I made this. And they start building that portfolio. I've seen students with amazing portfolios when they come in as a 9th grader, and ideally you want to make it like it's play.
Right.
And ideally, I want to make sure every one of my students is a creator, not just a consumer of technology, because I think we do confuse that every so often as well.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for that wonderful advice where we can send parents, those that are watching, and even students themselves, if you're interested in coding, check out those free resources. We want to thank you for taking the time to sit down with us. I know you're passionate about it, so
thank you so much.
I wanted to sit down and have a discussion with you. So good luck
thank
to
you.
Your teams. Can't wait.
We'll see how they do.
Yes. See you at the awards at 2
They're
o'clock.
chattery in there. We saw.
They are chattery.
They're
sort of close to each other in the room, and they're kind of.
Every single one of those students, this is their very first cyber competition.
Oh,
so
good to know.
We'll see how they do.
Very good. Thank you, Kai.
Thank you.
Have a great day. So next we're going to be moving into talking to one of our Orange Technical College instructors who is located on our East Campus. Corey Riley teaches enterprise desktop mobile support. Did I say that right?
I think so, yes.
Enterprise desktop and mobile support. It's like the longest name ever. And so we're going to be making a change up here. So if you'll give us a couple minutes, we will be sitting down to have a chat with Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Kyle.
Thank you so very much for having me.
Yeah, you can go.
I was just waiting for that to go there.
Alright, everyone, just a quick time check. I think we start a little later than normal, so I think we're gonna go until like probably 11, so usually 11:20, so just a time check.
Now we're getting into the good stuff.
Okay. Oh, I think I know what you're doing.
Yeah, we got number 1. Oh, we're after 2. I skipped number 4. I finally found the command, and it's just taking, a couple minutes. I mean, it's the same way that you guys found the other command before. It's the same way. It's the initial command that you guys use also.
Okay, hold on.
And welcome back. We are now sitting down with Orange Technical College East, formerly Winter Park. If any of you are joining us, then remember it as the Winter Park campus. But it is Orange Technical College East. It's located in Winter Park. And we have Corey Riley. He is one of our instructors, and he teaches enterprise desktop and mobile support and enterprise network and server support. Did I get that right?
Yes, you did.
Okay. They are like the longest program names that we have out there.
And there is a really good reason for that.
I'm sure there is. So Corey teaches primarily adults with us, but he is also a part of the programs where we have dual enrollment students at the East Campus.
Yes.
And we also have some applied cybersecurity students that are at Timber Creek High School and also at East River High School. And I know as we were starting those programs up, you did a lot of work with those dual students at those high school locations. So you are like the resident expert on these programs.
Yes, ma'am.
And I know that because I come to you with questions all the time.
Oh, that is great. I love questions.
So talk to us a little bit about your programs and of course the need for IT people in that sector and how you're building your students to be employed within that sector.
Easy question. As we know right now, there is a serious need for cybersecurity and for IT technology support reps. The reason why we named our classes Enterprise Desktop and Enterprise Network is because when employers are looking for potential employees, they want to know that there are certain skill sets that are available that those people have when they've learned in class. And telling a title of a course of Enterprise Desktop lets them know that they learn certain skills in there, that they are taught about the A+, they're taught about the Network Plus, they're taught about these internationally recognized certifications. Not unlike other certifications that students get, they can go anywhere in the world with these. CompTIA is internationally respected. So we have these students and they're trained in these areas so they understand about command line, they understand about IP addressing, they understand about servers. So when they come out of the classroom and you have that title of Enterprise Desktop, the employer can just look at that name and the title of the class and they can say, oh, okay, so you've learned a corporate level IT professional course. So they understand that right off the bat with the name of it. So that's why it's the long name. As far as the courses,
for the layman out there, enterprise is a term that we use in
corporate.
In the corporate world when we're talking about software and when you're purchasing like licenses,
large numbers of things.
Large numbers. So you're really talking about managing and working with a licensing structure that is huge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And for our students to have that title along with their class and they have their certificate in that, tells an employer that they're ready for that environment.
Yeah.
And that's why we wanted to name it that. It sounds long, but there's a reason for it.
I joke about it.
Yes.
But there's meaning.
It's not just you. We've heard it before. But as far as the classes are concerned, we're building up these courses with newer equipment, with newer types of teaching philosophies to go along with it. Students have to have a more security-oriented slant to all of the classes that they take now because cybersecurity is becoming so prevalent in everything that we're doing. So we, along with learning how to install an operating system, we teach security on how to secure that system. Along with server, we teach how to secure the server. Along with networking, we teach how to secure the network. So by the time they get into the security course, which is the enterprise network, they're well versed in all of the language because when you get to security, it's a language. It's like learning a whole nother language. And there are a lot of acronyms, there are a lot of terms to go along with that course. So getting that out, getting some of those things done early is better. And that leads into what we do in the high schools now when we have our cybersecurity courses. We're trying to familiarize these students earlier with those terms so that when they come into the classes, they'll be able to move a lot faster and they'll be able to grab onto the content a lot easier.
So you mentioned certifications and CompTIA. So I think most people have heard the word CompTIA, right? Like at least there's some kind of recognition on
Right,
that.
right.
I like that you said that it really is internationally recognized, and I know that your students work toward A+, Network Plus, Security Plus, and so those valuable certifications go with them. And we obviously heard that that was valuable during the keynote this morning when Chris Sears was mentioning that those are the needed certifications. So your students come out and they have those, they are ready to work. So talk to me, you mentioned computer upgrades, talk about how that's constantly changing, because it is, right? I mean, as soon as you think you're ahead of the game in equipment, what happens?
Everything turns on its head and there's something new. The biggest change that happened this year was when the Apple came up with the M1 chip. That has changed the industry, and everybody is scrambling now to come up with something comparable to that. Most people don't understand exactly what happened with that chip, to go into, but basically they have figured out a way to put the CPU, the graphics card, and the RAM all on one CPU.
Wow.
So these are incredibly efficient, incredibly fast processors. So now all of the stuff I have in my class is obsolete. So you got to go back out and get everything. So we were able to do that. We were able to upgrade a lot of the systems to make these things more, more contemporary, so that the students will have the best equipment to work on, so that they can learn the IT.
So while we're talking about the change in equipment and how it's moving so fast, it's an expensive sort of field to go into, to be teaching in, to be working in, trying to train our future workforce in, and so that means that there's this really huge need for great industry partners, business partners. So talk a little bit about that, because I know at OTC we have advisory boards.
Great advisory boards and great partners that really give us great input. And what we really need from them is to get ahead of the game. So what we do with our advisory boards is we ask them, what industry trends are they seeing? How are you seeing things changing in the industry on your end, so that we can order equipment that gets ahead of the game, so we don't have to order so often. So a lot of the newer types of technologies that are coming out are more server-based and more internet-based. So we can go after creating those types of environments in the classroom and closed networks that are off of OCPS, so we don't get into any type of
safe networks.
Exactly. So it works really well with talking with them and getting them to have input in the classroom, telling us what equipment they use or what applications they're using, and it helps us out to teach better.
I think it's super important to talk about the need for business partners, advisory board members from leading IT industries within our area, and the need to work with Orange Technical College and Orange County Public Schools, so that we are teaching ahead of the game, right? We need that input on what should we be teaching, not for just now, but what should we be teaching for the next 3 to 5 years. And then we need the advisory boards and the partners in order to do events like this, where we actually can bring students together, right? And we can give them we call it a work-based learning experience, or a competition, because they like to compete first. But so that we can have events like this, and we can, use our business partners in a way to network with our students, let them see the work that our students are doing, the skills that they have, and make that connection. So, sometimes they end up following a student, and when that student's ready to graduate, they snap them up and they employ them. So,
and that's what we've been running into, especially with my classes and things like that. I have a lot of students. They get hired before they even get out of the class, and it's a good thing for us. And it really puts our name out there. And we have seen our enrollment increase, 20-30% over the last few years. And we've gotten more students in. Word of mouth is getting out there that tech colleges are viable sources of employment and training. So we can't downplay colleges, because they have their importance and they have their place. But there is a serious need for these tech centers, because we have so many technical jobs in different areas, not just IT, but all over the spectrum of the tech colleges, that we really need to have qualified people to put in.
I like the, and I'm going to use a sort of analogy that came from our predecessor, our former Associate Superintendent for Career and Technical Ed, Dr. Armbruster, who often talked about having pathways and on and off ramps. And this is one of those avenues to, you know, you can go to Orange Technical College and you can get your training certificate and then you can go get a job, but at the same time you can continue and go on. Or you might go get a job and then later go back and do something else. So,
And the great thing is about that is that we also have different agreements with our local colleges like Valencia, where the students can get a certain number of credits for passing certain certifications and reaching certain milestones in class. And so if they graduate from the programs, they can still go back and always use those credits towards their college degrees.
Yes, fantastic. We got great partnerships all across the board. Anything else you want to add about your program? I know we're always looking for students. We encourage you to talk to your students if they're interested. At least if you have a high school student, they can see the career specialist on their high school campus. If you're an adult, you can actually contact Orange Technical College, the East Campus or the South Campus, or Corey Riley directly to find out more information. Anything else you want to add that we might have missed?
No, that is all. I really appreciate the opportunity to come in and brag about my program. I love doing that.
Yeah, well, we love having you.
And it's fun to just express what we're trying to do here and the successes that we've been able to do.
Fantastic. Well, we enjoyed having a chat with you. I know you're very passionate about this content and this subject area. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go away, Brady.
We don't know.
Oh, dang it. Alright, hold on. Let's go back to old week. Okay. I'm gonna stop. Yes, fine. Okay. So we need to find. We need to find this file. What's the name of the file? So let's add what we'll use is our normalized axis. We'll add it with our name of the page file. So that sounds like also, what is that? I mean, also, what it looks like your answer. I just want to see it real quick. If we get this right, we'll see the Yes, I'm better. There's no way. There's actually no way. Why would that be?
Because I want to see if we get.
Well, that's not the way you see it. I have a feeling that yo, let's force that. but we can't win the show. Yeah. But that's the problem because it uses. I don't think we can do that. That's not the way it's yeah. Okay. Matt is. How are you guys doing?
You guys give up?
No. Let's wait. Let's be stronger.
Plans to take a while.
Okay, I'm just gonna say. Whatever the name of the file is. I thought it was okay. Okay, fine. Fine, sir.
99% done.
Cool. Yes.
Getting close. So we're live in here right now.
Wait. That might be it.
Yeah, you're gonna
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Again, just as bad as this morning. Good afternoon, everyone. That's great to see you all again. Let me ask you, what'd you think of the first half? Good stuff? All right, now a question. Just, nobody shared any secrets from the other, no truths of what happened to the other room for your colleagues, did you?
Nope, just all that.
But you gave them some wrong information, right? All right, good. All right, I got that from Bobby. Yeah, where's Bobby? We'll see him coming in a second. But anyway, this is the time where I'm going to have the industry panel introduce themselves. They're going to share some of their ideas for the IT, cyber type world and skills. But it's your time now for the next 20 minutes or so to interact with them. Tap into them, get their knowledge, get their information. Learn things that can help you, that you think you need to know to help you be better, okay? And then if you raise your hand, we'll point to you since we have one microphone. We'll stay up here, stand up, introduce yourself, and then what school, and then ask the question, okay? Thank you. I'll start here with Russell.
Okay, my name is Russell Holmes. I'm the Senior Director of Information Security for the School District of Osceola County.
Osceola County?
I mean Orange County. I came from Osceola County about 3 years ago. But I was in the military for 9 years. I've been in IT for about 18. Actually, about 20.
Yeah, sorry to call you out on that, but you know what? Know the county that you work for. So I'm Robert Curran. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Orange County Schools. I've been here this time for about 3 years, total of 6 years in Orange County. Another 3 years at Osceola, working with him as their CIO, and another 6 years out west in Colorado Springs. So I have a total of experience of about 30 years in IT.
Hi again. How's everybody going? Yeah, I saw you all working away. I'm Chris Sears. I'm CTO of Sterling, ex-Air Force Special Operations, both active and reserve. And then I went into IT networking, tactical networking. I taught some interesting technologies for theater battle management, so planning and executing air wars. And then I went into Big Four Consulting, where I managed large-scale telecommunications programs. From there, I went to NASA, where I did middle-tier infrastructure for shuttle and space station, retired shuttle, chief architect for the F-35 and F-22 at Lockheed in Fort Worth. And then, let's see. And then I went to work for Oracle, where I was working with a cloud pivot when everything at Oracle moved to cloud. And then I got invited to come to Sterling as CTO. So.
Hard to follow that one, huh? I'm Perla Redfern. I am the Global Account Manager for Siemens, and I manage Amazon Web Services data centers globally for Siemens. My background is mostly in building technologies and HVAC controls, mechanical systems, EPMS system, which now it's all interconnected, IP-based. So cybersecurity is a big topic in my industry now. And obviously working with data centers is always a big concern. And happy to be here.
All right.
All right.
So,
ask away.
yeah. So questions. Anybody?
And can you guys hear us, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It always takes the first one, and then they loosen up. So
yeah.
We only need the first one to ask.
All right. Shoot.
So how did your military pass?
So first of all, who are you?
Yes.
Yes, stand up. Come on.
Ryan, I go to Mel High.
All right.
My question is, how did your military
Yeah, so that was really important to me. I didn't have money to go to college, and I also made a really stupid mistake. I was in, like I said, I wrote video games, well on my path within the whole software engineering thing, and then my brother asked if I wanted to play guitar and play in a band in Myrtle Beach right after I graduated. So, career in computer science, go play music on the beach for a year. Which one do you think I took? Yeah, so I played music in Myrtle Beach, and then I realized that you can miss a window. Didn't know that. You can miss a window of opportunity, and so it was hard for me to, as a young person, to try and show validity in the work that I did as a teenager. And it was hard to get work, and then it was extremely expensive to go to college. So I joined the Air Force, and I went in as a flight simulation specialist. My career ended in basic training, where they moved me into what was called sensor systems, which was laser target designation forward-looking infrared for the AC-130 gunships. If y'all ever played Call of Duty, you might have seen that. Yeah, that was, so I worked on all those systems, and so it was, I don't regret it. I honestly do not regret it. I think that there's a lot of opportunity there. I use my training to fight with industry about what we call scope creep. Okay, what do you call an 18-year-old that graduated the air traffic controller school in the United States Air Force? Anybody? An air traffic controller. Okay, you as an 18-year-old that goes and tries to become an air traffic controller will be inundated with a set of requirements that are almost impossible to be able to attain, right? And it goes back to my original statement. How do you get a job if you don't have experience? How do you get experience if you don't have a job? So anyway, very valuable, extremely valuable to me. Got me a security clearance, and then I stayed within DoD contracting for many years.
So I too am an Air Force veteran. I spent 7.5 years in the Air Force as a telecommunications specialist and also communications security. So we did that for a lot of years. It really did help me because when I went in at 17, I didn't know what I wanted to do. I just knew I didn't want to be at home anymore, and I didn't want to go to school. Right? So I dropped out of high school, out of Apopka High School, and joined the Air Force. Got my GED, joined the Air Force. Now I have a Master's of Science. So it was all a stepping stone. You know, the Air Force taught me how to be a man, not to be a teenager anymore. And they kind of put you right out there where, you know, you're not being coddled anymore when someone's up in your face 2 inches away telling you that you're going to do this, and all you can say is yes, sir, no, sir. You'll learn to grow up real quick. So.
And I thought that's all they did in the Air Force was coddling. I was in the military. I was in the Navy. And you know what? And it's really funny because I think you said it as well. I dropped out in my senior year. I came from a small town down south of here in St. Cloud, Osceola County, and I got my GED in the military. I don't think you can really do that anymore. I don't think they even have that option. You have to have your diploma of some sort before you can even get in. But the same thing, I was first generation to go to college, so I didn't have the money to do all that. So the military really helped me out with that. And as the gentleman in the center said, as far as your secret clearance, if you go into the military and take that route, keep that. I didn't. That closes a lot of doors because a lot of companies want you from your military experience to have that. It costs them money to regenerate that. I think last time I looked, it was like $150,000 to generate that from the company. So keep that going, and you can use it on the outside.
Yeah, there's always levels, right? So secret's going to be your first one. It'll go secret, and then it'll go to top secret, and then you'll have top secret special compartmentalized, and then you'll go to like a polygraph, type security clearance. The higher you go doesn't necessarily mean you're going to make the more money. The higher you go just means that you're being trusted with a lot more secure information. So it really depends on, as I mentioned, what do you want to do? Do you want to work within the NSA or 3-letter agencies? Do you just want to stay, within Air Force Cyber or someplace like that? There's different levels of clearance, but you can definitely do that type of work.
I did not go to the military after school. Sorry, but my mom was very strict.
Yeah, but you're building data centers now. So
yes.
There's all different paths.
Yeah, and actually the government's one of our biggest customers too. Right. So we have to. Some people have to get security clearance after the fact.
Good question. All right, number 2.
My name is Joshua, and I go to Mel High as well. So it seems like a lot of you guys are in the military. I mean, my dad is a SEAL, and my sister's going to the Naval Academy right now for Project Worker. So I'm also going to go in the military for cybersecurity. Should I go in the Air Force or the Navy?
Only way. I would definitely suggest the Navy.
So I actually taught every branch of the military, right? And I'm gonna be dead honest with you. Some of the most dedicated soldiers, whether they were technicians or whether they were IT folks, were the Marine Corps. It takes a special type of person to join the Marine Corps. I'm telling you that. And I've got utmost respect for that. You'll find that, honestly, there's so much pollination within the military that if you go into the Air Force, you're going to be working with the Navy. If you go into the Navy, you're going to be working with the Air Force. It's just going to happen. I actually won the Navy Science Award in my senior year at high school, and so I was going to go in the Navy until I saw what you had to do in basic training when they blindfold you and you have to walk around the pool, and then they tell you, that's to simulate falling off of a ship in the middle of the night and you don't really see where you're going. I was like, yeah, that's right. I'll be on a ship in the middle of nowhere so I was like, I like land and I'll fly planes and I'll watch planes fly. So I chose the Air Force. But quite honestly, there's so much being done in the United States military. And don't forget Space Force, right? I mean, a lot of people feel like the Space Force is like this little agency sit on the side. Folks, you are in the middle of an amazing change of the United States military. That is a completely separate branch of the military. That is as if the United States said, we need a Navy, okay? There's all new doctrine that's being done. There's all new approaches about starting, working with small businesses to be able to drive innovation. So don't forget about, being a guardian, which is kind of a weird name, but I mean, honestly, that's what they called. That's what they're called. But there is some comedy. There's a Netflix series about it, and it's there's and stuff like that, right? But quite honestly, their mission is real, right? I mean, their mission is dead real. So, yeah, pick the one you like. Pick the one that you really think that you're going to get the most out of. Yep.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you can go wrong picking that brand.
Yeah, we joke about the different branches, but quite honestly, there's an unspoken respect amongst any veteran and any soldier. So
when the stuff hits the fan, we all come together.
That's right.
We're all right there.
Yeah, race, gender, color, that all just falls away. Totally. All right.
I'm Zachary Berman from Cornell High School.
Hi, Zach.
So, I mean, other than the military, how would you guys recommend getting your start in the industry? Because obviously you have to stay in the military, but...
Yeah. So I got my start in the industry. Not in the military. So I got it when I was your age, right? You can have a LinkedIn account at the age of 14. So start networking, right? There is no age limit for learning. There's no age limit for getting certifications, right? So do that now. Start, join a user group. Start networking and getting to know people, not just within your local area, but within industry. You'll find that older people, seasoned career professionals, won't shun you away if you're really motivated and really want to learn something. Yeah. So. Yeah, and that's a good one for you too.
Yes. So for me, I went to college for mechanical engineering. So I've always been very technical. The data center industry, obviously, it's blown up in the last 10 years because of obvious reasons. We're always on our phones. So whether you go to college, whether you go to technical school, whether you just graduate from high school, to his point, network, understand the industry lingo, the vocabulary, do your research, and then get to know people. Whether you get in through a very low-level technical role and then you work your way up, But definitely, the IT industry is just going to keep blowing up and getting bigger and bigger. So the more you learn, the more courses you take, the more you prepare yourself for different areas. You can take it a different way. You can go the sales role, which I'm in now, but I started in a technical role where I was testing things in a lab, and then you can define what you want from there. So you don't always have to be stuck in a lab, by the way. You can always grow from there and go up as much as you can.
Yeah, do
and you
what
want
you love to do, right? I mean, if it's I know a lot of people in networking that stay within the physical layer because they like being outside and they like doing, campus area network stuff, right?
So I think you've got a great start by going to this institution, right? Here at OCPS, we have internships during the summer. I would highly encourage you to take a look at what we offer. Not only will that get you to meet people, but it'll get you great mentors that can help you along in your career and introduce you to a lot of vendors that we deal with on a daily basis. And that's how you get to know people, right? LinkedIn is a great thing. I go on LinkedIn every day, and I probably have, 700, 800 connections on there. So anyone that's in the U.S., I will accept you on LinkedIn. If you're outside of the U.S., probably not, because I don't know where you're coming from or what you're doing. Not that you couldn't lie and say you were in the United States and not be, but that's just me.
Yeah, and speaking of LinkedIn, Chris gave me his card. I've already sent him a request, so we're already connection on LinkedIn if he's seen it. So that's one thing I do, you make these connections, and if you need things, you find out who's got that. The other thing is, you got the training inside of TICO. That's a great alternative. They didn't have a lot of this available when I was younger. It was very limited what we could do. I remember taking the first computer class that Osceola County had to offer at St. Cloud High School, and they told me they were going with Tandy, a TRS-80. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but if not, Google it. That was a really interesting computer system. And when I walked into the classroom, they ended up having apples. So the contract fell through, and they went with apples. So that got to be my first programming experience, was in 85, 86 in high school. And I learned how to program over a summer, teaching myself through books. There's online classes now. You have so many resources at your fingertips between YouTube. You just have so many resources to be able to do your own training. So I would recommend keep going with that. As Mr. Curran said, keep your mentors. Keep those people that you can contact and help you get into positions. Volunteer work, I believe Chris said that earlier, is huge. Volunteer work. That shows the initiative there for a lot of companies that can bring you in.
So obviously with any profession that you go into, but mostly the technical type professions like IT, engineering in general, the hands-on experience is so big. In every company out there, especially in data center industry that I'm a part of, there's such a shortage in labor right now, and they want people with experience. So even if you don't have a degree and you want to work part-time, if you want to do an internship, a co-op, they'll take you. Either eBay, Google, Microsoft, AWS, they're all hiring. They're always looking for people for the IT side, networking side, programming side, you name it. So there's definitely a lot of wants for talent right now. So the more hands-on experience you have, the better.
So here at OCPS, we have to replace about 65,000 computers this summer, right? And if you think about it, what is our summer? Our summer is really July, because you have summer school in June. And so we have 30 days to replace 65,000 devices for our refresh. So there'll be lots of internships available, and just check with your administration. And you don't have to live in the county, right? You can be at a different school as long as you're willing to come over. And most of ours are paid, which is always kind of nice because a lot of internships are not. Well, they tend to turn the air off during the summer, so I wouldn't go that far. But for the most part, they're nice facilities. So just check out your options.
And another thing I wanted to let you know too is don't always feel like you have to work for somebody, right? I mean, I was a consultant for a very, very long time. You know, I was what we called 1099s, right? That's where you determine your worth, you determine your bill rate, you determine your capability, and then you build your skill set accordingly. And that's where you learn how to network. You can do that at any point in time in your life. You don't have to wait to have a degree because you're setting your own requirements. You build your skill set, and then you generate your bill rate, okay? And if no one ever taught you this very simple math, take 2,000, multiply it times however many dollars an hour that they're going to offer you, and that's how much you make a year, right? It's 1,920 if you're going to get vacation, right? So if somebody says, I'm going to pay you $8 an hour, you're only going to make $16,000 a year. So I'm going to pay you $25,000 an hour, you're going to make $50,000 a year. It's very simple, right? So if you start wanting to be your own boss and your own contractor, start looking into things like that too, you know? So, yeah.
How did you know when to switch job positions and switch companies?
That's a tough one. You know, I've switched companies many times, and many times it's because of who you know, right? Someone will call me up and say, hey, I have this opportunity, and here's some details on it. You might be interested, and you might want to check it out. And that's mainly how I've moved along over the years, is through personal references. You know, you do a good job at a company, and they're going to recognize you, and you're going to make a name for yourself. And when you have a name for yourself and you're known for what you do, it makes life much easier, and you know, you'll get those kind of changes that happen.
For me, it's you plan the work and then you work the plan. You know, that's the reason why I ask who was listening from my speech. What are the two questions that I asked that I normally ask in an interview? Go ahead. What do you want to do? And what's the other one? And right. So what's your plan, right? What do you plan on learning while you're there in the job, right? What do you want out of it? Whenever I've switched jobs, it was based on, have I done everything that I wanted to do in this particular role, and is there a future for me beyond that particular spot? And if I feel as if I'm at that point, then I start to look. And then, you know, it doesn't mean that I'm not happy. It just means that there's a lot of times employers will hire you for a particular job position, for a particular job role. And if you have a plan on where you want to be and what you want to do as you progress through that job plan, and the employer that you're currently with doesn't have that same, you know, path for you, then you need to take it upon yourself to search for that. And trust me, if you have a plan on what you want to do and you surround yourself with people that enable you to help do that, that's 90% of the battle.
Yeah, so for me it was along the same. I started off like I said, in a technical role when I was in a lab. However, my personality, I like to talk to people, and I wanted to travel. I also noticed that in my industry, people that made the most money was salespeople. So I figured that the best salespeople that I came across were the ones that had a technical background. So I went through the process of defining the next career for me was going to the next job after the very technical one was more of like a marketing, supporting the sales team as a sales engineer. And then eventually to get to that sales role, I know it was going to be well-rounded enough that my customers were going to trust me because I had the technical background. And then I was able to get all the benefits of actually selling, which was a lot of traveling around the world, making more money, and then talking to people, which is what I wanted to do. Okay.
Sure.
Is that all?
Anybody else? Russell, do you have a chance yet?
Go ahead, Russell. Sorry about that. That's good. You go.
I can tell you that, you know, I've had a lot of people come and go that I've worked for, that I've worked with, and the ranges of why people leave. Sometimes it's lack of growth. You know, they don't feel like they can grow enough. They become stagnant in a position. They get bored. You always want to find a way to learn new things. You want to find ways to make your job interesting. And I don't know if we can stress it enough, you have a good mentor. If you have good bosses, if you have good coworkers, learn from them. And the more you can learn, the more marketable you are. I've had people leave for money. You know, if a life event happens and you have a baby, you need more money and you're not going to get it in your current job. You may have to go out and look. There's all kinds of life events that can make that decision for you. I spent 15 years in Osceola, and I went from graphic design, web design, into programming, into database, and then went over to the dark side and managed the hardware side of the house for 8 years before coming up here. The biggest hole they had was what I always tried to fill. If they had a lack of, somebody was retiring, I want to fill that position. That's an opportunity for me to advance and grow. When I became the IT director, the biggest hole was cybersecurity. So that was where I focused my energy, and that's what got me to grow into this position. Sometimes your life, you plan it as best you can, and it's going to take you on its own trip, and that's where I ended up.
All right, students, let's give it up for our business panel for taking time out of their busy day. Did you get some good advice there? Something you can apply? Remember somebody once told me, Mike, the best way to get you where you're going is being good at where you're at. And I think when I heard them talk a little bit that resonated to me, one was competency. Do you know what you say you know? And can you do what you say you can do? And the second piece is character. Do you treat people with kindness and dignity, the ability to relate well with others? All good skills. And the last thing is compete against yourselves. Always, every day, try to be, ask yourself what's the next right step and be the best version of you. If you're working on computers, and I'll just use that as an example, and you fix 10 of them today, maybe you can do 11 tomorrow. If you always compete against yourself, you also, and you're honest and sincere, you also get to where you're going. So I have confidence with the people in the room. For the afternoon session now, who was in room 104? Raise your hand if you're in the 104 over that way. All right, this group right now, you're going to 107 in the corner right there. If you want to get your stuff, pick your stuff and go over there and situate it. Wesley will get you started. Yeah, that's right, you got to get up after lunch, wake up. We should have done some jumping jacks. All right, those of you that were in 107, you're going to go right across the hall to 104. Good luck. Oh, sorry. All right. Hey, Bob. Post I have to. Good. Actually, I saw him at lunch. I said, fine. All right, students, time's clicking.
Okay, Brian, we need to hurry.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, man, thank you.
You can write it if you don't have
It's not accurate.
All right, so I'll send you my email. I'll send you. Yeah. Oh, I got you. Yeah, because I have sent a lot of emails with Miss Wilster, so she's always copying me. Oh, that's great. I'm trying to get involved in everything.
Sometimes you might want to you want to be on a panel, you want to be,
Whatever, yeah, I know what
whatever you feel comfortable. And more people should be in their zone.
Yeah.
Because main thing is always
yes. I was getting involved with the summer camp, so to keep on getting involved with the students. I used to be a college professor in Puerto Rico. I used to teach computers there too. And now when I was forced to be moved here, which was a great opportunity, that's going to tell me, well, you have to be a high school teacher. I was like, well, like a challenge, like, yeah, let's do it. So I've been loving it ever since. No, I understand that part.
So we're gonna need your help.
All right.
You want to support it.
eventually, who knows? They put somebody else that can pull you onto the technical. We're gonna, that's a good fact. That's a good fact because we're gonna be short. People who we know would stay in teaching definitely will get a first shot.
Well, take it into consideration.
Yeah. So we'll get to it.
All right. We're good.
All right. Let me just get on the rest. I think it is sometimes the export it like coming up here. And if you're talking about getting everybody involved. Thank you. Good thing you're here. Thank you. Oh, absolutely.
If you would like sharing, we taking another one.
I don't know. It depends on
Wow,
we gotta take it.
You don't even know who writes that. Thank you.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
I thought you got a promotion. Russell, I thought like you got a promotion you didn't know about. You haven't announced yet? Yeah.
No, I was hot before I
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Get one more if you all don't mind. 1. I'll be next to you next time. 3. Perfect. Thank you.
Now how are you going to get that?
I was going to say, you got to teach it on others or texting or?
Yeah, no, I didn't, but thank you.
You know what, I paid all this money, I get the 606.
No.
Oh, yeah. He called me. Well, that's the problem.
Do we want to use the LG?
I'm going to send this in there. I don't know. Take one. Normally I just turn it off and turn it back on and get it.
You're lucky you haven't been hacked yet.
Yeah, you got it.
Just come downtown and see me.
I don't know. They told me I've got an Amazon package waiting and bill of lading. I just need to click this JC file to find out.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and do that.
It's so funny because so we talk about it in class about phishing attempts, and the kids, I tell the kids about how somebody in the district will get an email and they'll be like, let me forward this email out to everybody and tell them, hey, you don't need to click this link. I said, no, I'm getting the link. Like, at least like take the hyperlink off of it or take a screenshot of it and then send it out and say, hey, if you get this email, because the more you send that link out, someone's gonna be like, oh, I know this person, click it.
Well, then it sits on the exchange server for the rest of your
Oh,
life.
yeah. Right? Did you receive anything? Okay, I'm sorry. Is there any social media or anything you might want to do? I don't know, success.
Yeah, that's not pretty sick.
You guys look great though.
Nah, you're good on serious.
Enjoyed it. Oh, man. All right, I'm tagging people then. There we go.
Rob, do you need the other one? I haven't logged into Twitter. Well, maybe I would buy
Oh, I was really bad. I said, you can just somebody ran the ball. But eventually,
right.
Yes, it does. That's right.
No, I know.
I don't use it. LinkedIn, I used to use that a lot, read some articles, but it got so I turned into Facebook and I haven't been there before.
Yeah, that was cool. You get to take it. Thank you for being here.
We have a good relationship for years. No, but no. I'm gonna go take a look to see. Actually, military experience. He's very good with the students. The big asset.
Right. Yeah, we actually had a dinner right by the district office, and then we had the award ceremony the next day. The suit, board chair, and it was like nice. It was nice.
I'm the one who started bringing it.
I think that's one.
And you know what's the award the head of robotics from Disney? Sean Bowling. Well, he went
out to Colorado with his letters. He was the COO. He became the soup out there.
So we're
No, I don't.
My wife, you know, I could have stayed out there and retired. She saw an ad, and she was like, do you mind if I apply? She applied, and she got her, we're sorry, but we're not interested in that. Well, about 3 months later, she got a call from OCS, said they had just read the job description. Yeah. She turned it out 5 years. She's down here. I keep coming back to her or not be.
I don't know. And then I went to teaching before, and I like the name very smart. All the time.
I won't. Yeah.
A lot of my
So we're actually in badge. I have one that's in Pasta, one in Seattle, yeah. For IT expert.
Yeah, for really good.
It's funny because I was looking for a job down here.
I can say one thing, he's fine, this is your father.
There was a guy who used to work for me, George Burrow.
Well, he can say, you know, he goes, we give him so much money.
No.
You know,
He was
yeah, I'm sure that's right.
Yeah,
we're not going to kill him.
All right, let's put his name on the table here.
That's right about there. I met a guy. That's what I was telling you. It's just right outside.
Oh, yeah,
the banner cross.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah.
So we had this guy call me and I spoke to the superintendent. Right. She was like, when can you start? And then this job came open and it was like 3 years. And it was great. I mean, I loved it.
I don't get a lot.
Not more.
So I was like,
Because the industry is there's just this culture. There's some type of gap that's taking place.
You know, I think people are more friendly here. They care about it.
Looking at
Not that often didn't care. It's just not the same. Like we have administrators well sacks. They would throw steaks. Or you'd have dinner in a horse stuff like that.
That's really cool.
Here you go and you have dinner in the roast.
I thought it would have been a facility like
Sports cool? It's just such a big district. You have resources.
Do you work? Yeah, because there's 36 regions. There's 36 regions in Oracle as well. And a lot of them, I work with those very, like, Oracle, Microsoft, across.
And I
And I know that IT and CTE had a very great relationship.
It's not even
right.
No, we do.
Really?
It's like, what do you do? They're all partners.
Like Hyderabad and that area? Gotcha, yeah. We had, I'll tell you what, that labor sentence was, it's pretty
They all get paid by the same.
They pay for fees, all these
I was happy to see Michael back.
well, listen,
Those could just have a breakdown.
Yes, I know. Well, yeah.
Make them all wake up call.
And ironically, so a lot of
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, no, I could see.
Yeah, that happens with us too. Well, are you noticing now that they increased their salary?
I think we all did.
They're probably really because you know they capped their salary at, you know, fairly low industry rate for
I'll fall asleep.
Yeah, so now it's really high. Yeah, like that's $2,900 a share. Well, you know, it's gonna happen. So I don't know if you heard, but Amazon split like Google.
Even in the morning,
So they're gonna
not only
their share
have
price is
Starbucks,
June 1 is gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be 21. It's gonna be.
I'll drink that in the bottle.
So Google's gonna do the
No,
same thing.
drink that around 9 maybe. I get 26. And by 10 o'clock I'm yawning. So it's like,
Wow. So do you travel? You must travel a lot, like a ton. Yeah.
and now a lot of people
the sugar gets you.
Is that what you used to be? Whereabouts? Oh, no way. Yeah, so I was born in Norwood, in Sharon, farm in Sharon. I grew up a little ways from there. But yeah, 3D Systems used to be right there. I worked with them closely for a very long time.
Only because you get them on Amazon for like $1 less per can.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I can see
And
that.
then I go over.
Oh. I'm sitting here looking, I was like,
I'm gonna go
Right to your front
grab
door.
my daughter and then.
I mean, I was in Seminole, where they used to have makeup stuff. So I remember the first time I did the class when I was up here. And the only thing that was like, was the girl that was to hug you.
So these forms are just
Right.
not created. So, you know, that's the point. So we don't know what it is overall. We don't know what the standings are.
And that was the whole thing, they put me in a classroom. I had teachers. When I was in business, things are different. But all these kids would come up and say, I need to go to the gym. The next thing I know, I'm in the left class. Because they're all gone. And the classroom next door to me, she comes in and she says, you know they're playing. I'm like, what are you talking about? He had to go to the gym, that one had to go to the library, that one needed to go. Oh, this is like, they're all in the hallway still on, because you let them. That's why I don't teach.
No, I did the military, but not since I got out. I mean, I taught classes for people that wanted to learn a certain thing, but not in the classroom environment. I could be a teacher rather than a bus driver. The bus driver is the one that I
of all things I would.
That I never understood. You can't put more than 25 high school kids in a class. But you can put 65. It's like, it's driving.
Especially at the end of the day.
Put on an email over here.
So is this the campus that's going to be moved somewhere?
This is a.
Okay.
The Cap was talking about that earlier. I'm not exactly.
Like 3 of them? Should they be rebuilt?
Well, he said they're adding here.
They add-
Yeah, something. I don't know.
Yeah, because it doesn't look that old.
Doing this. What are they doing with this one?
Seems to be running pretty smoothly. This is my first year. All right. Don't let it happen. It takes a lot of work to put on an event like this.
You just killed the conversation.
Yeah, no, I don't know talk about it. That it does. I've put on a number of events in my time.
Pace back and forth and looking for it like growing.
He does look impressive.
He works here too.
Yeah, he's the infrastructure senior director.
For Orange County. No, that's it.
And what do you, I'm Perla.
I'm TJ.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I teach.
Teacher, there you go. Just talking about how it takes a certain kind of grade to be teaching.
You don't really teach. You write.
I was telling him that when I first came to education, I worked in Seminole County. And you had to set up your grade. So
take that as a compliment.
they gave me substitute training, and the only training they told me is the girl can put your hands in the air. Hugs you. Put your hands straight up. That's the only training I got. So they put me in a high school, to a Seminole High School, for a math class. And they kept coming up saying, I gotta go to the library, or I need to go to PE, or I need to go here. And next thing I know, there's no students left. So the teacher next door comes over during one of the breaks. She's like, you're being played. I'm like, what are you talking about? They had to do this, and that one had to go to the clinic, and she's like, yeah, they're all smoking. Thank you.
Sound like my husband when he was a kid.
Oh, really?
No, it didn't like me. I didn't have to put my hands in the air.
Oh, today? Can you adjust it?
Please
I like
back
what you
me.
said about sales, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And like it's still a very technical sales position.
CPS means.
Yes, definitely reach out. At least for me.
So you can always go on Twitter and look it up too.
I'm being lazy.
Feel like people are
That's
talking
COVID.
Laughing and pointing at me.
I just told him I want to go out in the hallway and pace and hold his phone up to my ear, so I look important. And then they're like, that's pretty important. And it was nothing important. Look at that. It looked important. You could have played that one. The rest of the stuff, you would start making it.
I barely missed your desk.
But it is nice to see.
Yeah.
With like real close, not like big.
My school put me on spirit.
But finally, grievance with the union. Oh my gosh. Seriously. That's a human rights violation.
Did they have a tray? Because I know like Frontier only gives you half a tray.
No, they didn't have a tray. So there's no space for a tray. There's nothing. And I was in the very back row. Right against the window, shoved in the corner like this, 3 hours.
And you will.
Oh, when they tell you to put the seats up, it's like this. It goes back, what, an inch? But man, they know if it's back because they'll come by and they're like, you need to put your seat up. I'm like, what, was it back?
I got to approve of 4 for my
Oh, how long of a flight was it?
2.5 hours.
Yeah.
No, on here now, I swear to God, it was like 10 hours. That is like I paid the $60 out of my pocket to upgrade the middle class.
Middle class?
Middle class. Well, it was like, yeah, it was $170 to move up to the big fancy.
You have to learn to do this. The game
That's my master key.
that gets you upgraded for a lot less than that.
Because she says that should
Just use points.
Yes, if I want to this is seriously.
You can buy
But you know, I found out like so. We have the gates to the
Well, that's how you have to tell the whole secretary.
So we have.
Yeah, don't go on.
Yes.
This guy's making something. His starting salary is $25,000 a year. Wow. Okay, now you're trusting someone that probably just got out of call, making minimum wage, to take you up from 30,000 a year.
Yes. So the district, table fees are actually
Yeah, it's not necessarily. That's why I would argue that way.
Yeah.
I paid for a seat. There's one airline, $15, you get a seat guaranteed.
Yeah.
And they were like, we're not reimbursing that. I'm like, it's for a seat, you understand?
Yes.
But I have to.
Yes.
So we're talking $15 here.
Yeah, we just had that discussion with the day before about the whole travel in Orange County. Oh my gosh. I paid $50 out of pocket for I didn't care. It was like, it's not worth the time and the energy it takes for me to put that in. I just appreciate it.
So first you have to know, like my first year teaching, my first year allocating was accounting 1, 2, 3, 4, finance, law, EST, and financial planning. Those were my classes in their first year, right? Which was fine, and whatever. So when I hear someone like you, you're working for someone, and then I just definitely had their supervisors, like, not that I want to haze anybody, because I don't, but when I really want to get information. Or if you have one package. They ran this group, it was all on trainers. Like, you can still be, yeah, like, you want to haze somebody.
Proper method down here.
I just don't want to.
Gosh, yeah.
Fundraiser of the month for them, because they do these things, not recording on whatever, and then they use secretary or whatever to keep the, you know. They were talking about the program and talked to all these homeowners and stuff like
Oh, no, this laptop. Oh, no, this I have another laptop. Yes.
So that's actually
Sorry about that. Information technology. We do the CompTIA A+ it's fun for us because we get so outside of that regular computers and check these down Raspberry Pi. Wow, oh my gosh, are you serious? Thank you. Hey, now we just need to grab a screen. I see you got a screen. Yeah. Oh, that's great. It's funny, so we had a project with one. We did retro pop. Yeah, put up the gaming system, and put in a little bit of the block, and then now we can play games on it.
If you saw the pins on that.
No! So it's like a little Game Boy. Oh, man. Well, thank you. We appreciate it. Listen, I'm going to connect with you on LinkedIn as well. Please do. So, yeah, they're all fancy, right?
Yeah, it's just like ASC squared.
Yeah, it's board, it's just like this. Yeah.
Do you know what Patrick
And they had it for sale in there.
Patrick was very fast. And Carmen, well, I knew Carmen.
That's for you guys.
But I was like, well, thank you for that. Thank you. I'm like, come on now. Actually, Carmody, I told him to post it because he said he felt like it was different behavior for us. Yeah, these are awful.
I wish I could do this.
I'll move for my cybersecurity kids and teach Python scripting. And then for my short home
Little modules.
I do. I have two teams competing, the varsity and the JV. I'm excited to participate in this one last year. This is way different.
No.
Well, you know, it's so funny because I've had little contact with them ever since they've gotten started. They were really excited after they came through the dark room. Now I can't tell anything.
Before was
I always say that, look,
So they were, you know, they got several.
As a matter of fact, when we found out that we when I saw you back then, I said, it's here.
Just rolling with the just getting things back up and being able to.
Yeah, so listen, we started.
They enjoy it. But I was saying it's great for us because like we're over this product. I thought you'd like it. Yeah. Great. Yeah, no, he calls us Hacker High because he gets reports about us. We caught Early's class doing an IMAX scan or scanning the network, or they've got VPNs installed on their devices. Coach Early, we can't look up hacking videos because the district blocks us, so we're just trying to do our work. And I'm like, it's a good excuse, but please don't. But we don't have a chance to do things like this, like an opportunity to be like, hands-on hacking. Like we were having a blast even when we were in the classroom when we were going through practicing for the EC Council little because it's like, oh wow, now we're not looking in the book or we're not just talking about it, we're doing this stuff.
Only a couple had to do it. They took it like
I
5
told
minutes
them,
later.
whatever.
They did it and did it again.
Yeah, so every year that we participate, this is our third year, every year we participate, it's been great. Like this year, even a step above. because they had this module that was working. And so there's this, it's a university program called Kali Linux. It's an operating system. And running Kali, like, we pulled up what's called graphical user interface. It's like, you know, it shows all you have to do is click buttons to use it. But when we're in a module, you have to run all these commands and stuff. So you're having to type out the commands. You don't just jump and click something to exploit something. You have to figure it out. Yeah. Going on Google, YouTube, and trying to find all these different ways. I was like, guys, this is a process. Like, don't expect me to know. I don't work in a Linux environment. I work in Windows. You guys have to go and find it. Get this script and and try to run it. It's like, oh, well, it didn't work. Well, we have to find another way around. So, I'm sorry. I could talk for days about it. I'm really excited for the kids that have that opportunity.
So funny. I thought he was joking when he said it, so that's why I didn't say anything. I'm like, oh, he's just gonna roll with it. No, because he does that too. When he's joking, sometimes he just rolls with it. So I was like, he's just joking. What's wrong with you?
Wesley talked to you about county.
It's on his shirt.
No, so I haven't heard. I know Wesley, but I haven't had a chance to talk to him today about it.
Are you from Melbourne?
I am.
Corporate, you said?
So we're actually here legal process and academic partner with council. So we'll have access to the cybersecurity. Like we've been using some of the stuff, but he said what they're doing is rather than you having to come up with, because the way that it works is you have access to the range. But then the tokens. The token.
Yeah.
Pay tokens. It's around like $3
I spent like $35 so we could get our practice in because we got free tokens when we started this, but we wanted to practice more. So I was like, all right, guys, this is for a good cause.
What he said is they're working on putting together a corporation.
Anything you want now.
Buy tokens for specific challenges and then actually be able to
just have the
results back. So they could use it as like a recruiting thing for them.
They see somebody who's proficient and then they
So now they spend $100 on tokens and they can pinpoint the 2 students to do the things that they need somebody to do. And they're like, oh, by the way, I want you to come work for us.
That's fantastic.
So he said they're going to be rolling it out this summer, so get in touch with Roxanne.
Yeah.
Like I said, we're an academia partner, so and I can, if I hear anything, I can.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Central Florida Cyber Challenge out here at Orange Technical College, Avalon campus. We are right in the heart of Avalon on the east side of Orange County. For those of you just joining us, I am Michelle Bergen, one of the senior administrators for Career and Technical Ed. I am here with my teammate.
I'm Amy Parker and I'm a resource teacher with Career and Technical Education.
And we are here to just kind of give you an update of what's been going on. We had a great first session. Amy and I had the chance to walk through both of the challenge rooms. They were very different. If you caught us talking about them earlier, it had a different feel in each of the rooms. We have what we're referring to as the white room, which was very much full of a lot of talking, excitement, chatter. We even saw some teams helping other teams in there.
Crazy.
So that was kind of cool. And then we moved into the second room, which we're referring to as the dark room, and that was like way more intense.
Yeah, very intense.
Quiet.
Very quiet. There was like. So what was interesting I found about both of these rooms is you have one. I'm assuming it's the team captain who's like at the keyboard, driving all of the typing all the code or whatever into the computer, and then you had another teammate like off to the side, maybe looking stuff up on another computer, and then you have like they're just like interacting and kind of going through, and then so in the dark room that we went to, we were there, and it was like all of a sudden everybody got up and was like musical chairs like up for this one team.
I was hoping you were going to mention that.
Yeah, they were like swapping swapping, jobs. So that was cool. But there's a lot of collaboration that happens. Sorry,
Live TV.
There's a lot of collaboration going on in there, and it's really good between the teammates and, like you said, some of the other teams helping others.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was a little surprised. We didn't see that in the White Room for the time that we were in there. We spent some time in the White Room, but we didn't see any swapping of the roles. So when we went into the dark room and we had a chance to walk around, the teams are set up like in a circular fashion, and they have their multiple monitors in front of them. And as Amy was telling you guys, at one point it was really like musical chairs. It was like they all got up.
It's like, wait, what's going on?
Not group to group, but within their groups, they all just kind of changed their position and kept on going. I will tell you, in the dark room, you could tell when students were successful because you would walk by and they'd be like, yes, quietly. And then the ones that were maybe running up against a wall were less enthusiastic in their response.
Oh my gosh, what's going on?
We won't talk about what they were saying, but they were less enthusiastic, let me tell you. But it was pretty cool to see them in action.
Yeah.
And so what's happened now, we did take a break for lunch, so we're not, making a work through lunch or anything like that. So they had a chance to break for lunch. And then the second half of their lunch break, they came into this room and they had a panel discussion where it gave them the opportunity to ask some questions from some IT industry leaders within Central Florida. And then they went back to their rooms. So now we're in the second session.
Yes.
And so they have flipped rooms.
Yeah.
So everybody that was in the dark room is now in the white room, and the white room is now in the dark room, and they're being faced with very different challenges as they continue to do the work. So Amy and I did walk around during lunch, and we were chatting with some of the teams, and they were pretty excited. They're having a good time. We did ask them if they were having fun, and they all are having a great time. They're stressed. They did tell us they were stressed. I did ask. I was like, are you guys stressed out? And
lunch was interesting.
And they were stressed, but they were ready. They were ready to go into that second session.
Yeah,
so it's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, they were just like, boy, that was hard, and so that's good because we wanted to have an event that was challenging enough to stretch them. Right?
Yeah, it's no fun if you breeze through everything.
No, there's what challenges there to that. So we have some updates coming up with our positioning of our teams from one of the rooms. So we're going to talk about that in just a second. So hold on.
Sure. We do want to
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say I'm going to let Amy do it because I'm getting ready to drink some coffee. But we do want to talk about. It's important for me. We do want to talk about our partners and our sponsors for today's event, and we have quite a few. And these are like major industry players in Central Florida, and so they are what helps us put on events like this. Like without their support, we would not be able to hold these challenges. We do several of them a year, and we would not be able to teach the content like Corey Riley from Orange Technical College East was saying earlier. We rely on our advisory boards and our partners to really talk to us about what they see in the future in terms of content that we should be teaching. So, Amy, go ahead. Tell who are our sponsors.
That's right. So we've got a lot of really great sponsors. So our presenting sponsor is the EC Council. We heard from Mr. Sears earlier. Or no, it was Wes. Wes, he helped to get the things going, I guess, right? He got it moving.
He's actually in the white room, I think, today.
Yes, he is. We have Career Source of Central Florida, Grayson, Sterling.
And that's where our keynote came from, Sterling.
Cisco, Intel, Test Out, Core Security, let's see, Hack 5, Kensington, High Top, CDW, these are our gold sponsors, by the way, Fortinet, Lenovo. Our silver sponsors are GW Publisher, Sim Central Florida. Let's
Malfunction on the iPhone.
Woohoo! Okay, hold on. We're going to try this again. I'm so sorry, guys. It's not working. Siemens. I'm going to just read it off the thing. Hold on. Here we go. I'm so sorry. Siemens, Pittsco, UDT, Staples, Certiport, and then we have Injured Gadgers, Learning Labs, Inc., Taylor Works, Sphero, CompTIA, the OCPS Foundation, Marcraft, and ETG brand. And those are your silver sponsors. And I believe that's everybody, Michelle, but we have a lot of sponsors for this event.
Yep, and we sure do appreciate all their support and the time that they put in, not only with Orange Technical College, but with the OCPS in general, and the work that they're doing to put on these events, advising us in our curriculum, and just in general working with career and technical education.
And I will say, I think that's probably one of the unique things about career and technical education is that we do have these really great advisory boards that are guiding our work. So it's not just a teacher who's been in the classroom for a lot of years and isn't up to date with current industry perhaps. We have high quality teachers that are getting input from all of our wonderful advisory board members that really support us. So that's great. So Michelle, you ready for the updates?
I'm almost ready for the updates. I was going to say behind us, I'm not sure exactly what you all can see. We do have some wonderful teachers that are in the room with us. So definitely want to thank them for taking time out of their day to bring students here to compete in this event, and for all the hard work that they do in the classroom. And then I would be remiss, you won't see them on camera, but we have quite the team from our IT department at Orange County Public Schools. We got some heavy hitters in the room over there that were a part of our speakers panel at lunch, but they are also here to support us on the technical side, as well as our own IT team that we have through career and technical education that offer technical support to all of our programs. And so they are here hard at work making these networks, these safe networks for students to actually do these functions on for this event. So,
that's right.
We just wanted to throw that out.
And we have some more behind the scenes people.
We do have, go ahead Amy, tell us all about those.
So we have our wonderful students from Dr. Phillips High School. They are our stream team, and they're in the DBT Magnet. They're directed by Mr. G, and they just do a really great job bringing these events home to you. So hopefully you're enjoying what they're doing. They deserve a huge pat on the back. They're the first ones here and the last ones to leave.
They are the first for sure and the last to leave, and that's digital video production. That's the old name, digital video technology. I know better than that. They are a magnet program out of Dr. Phillips High School, although our stream team that's with us today is made up of some of our magnet students and then some of our students that are just in digital video technology.
That's right.
Awesome work. This is the second time we've been with them, so we're excited. They very professional. These students are super professional and know what they're doing.
So that's really awesome, and I really love how a lot of our events incorporate multiple programs, right? So we have our DBT programs here. We have a few different of the IT programs here competing, and there's always opportunity for our OTC students.
Yeah, we like that crossover, and so as we continue to do events, I think we'll see a little bit more, particularly adding in some social media as we're moving forward and students from other areas. So it's a very exciting time in career and technical ed. So all right, Amy, I am ready for this update, the standings. What do we got?
So let's start from the bottom up.
Okay, so I know this is from one room, right? So
yes,
this is from the white room.
And this is only the first half of the challenge.
First half of the challenge.
Parts of the challenge.
The white room. And so what do we got?
So we have our cyber crew who has 11 flags. We have cyber queens that have 13 flags. Dad jokes, which have a total of 17 flags.
So I'm going to pipe in. So
okay, tell me the scores.
So cyber
crew,
and cyber queens. I'm looking at my list. Those are both from University High School, and then
Dad jokes.
Dad jokes was from Melbourne High School. And then what was the other one?
Grunting Men.
We're from Melbourne High School.
And they Dad Jokes has 17 flags, while Grunting Men has 19 flags.
Alrighty.
And then we have Colonial Coders, 1, that's it. And they are at 19 flags.
That's IT.
Oh, funny. Thank you for the correction there. That's IT. And then we have Colonial Coders 2, we're IT 2. And they have a whopping 27 flags.
Woo! Wow. How many total were there in that first challenge?
So, okay, so what I learned was that there are 2 experiences within the first challenge, right?
Okay.
The first experience, they have 34 flags.
Okay.
Once they make it through the first experience, then they can move on to the second experience, and there's, I think, another 34
Okay,
there.
gotcha.
So,
so our third place had 27 flags. That's a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
All right.
Our Cyber Cougars,
University High School?
yes, they have 31 flags. So they captured 30 of the flags in experience 1, and then they moved over to experience 2 because they probably skipped 4 of the flags, and they captured 1 flag in experience 2 before time ran up. So 31 flags. And then, so our big finale, well, as of right now, Olympia Trojans 3.0 have 35 flags. They completed all 34 flags of the first challenge. Can you believe it? Yep. And then they made it to 1 flag on the second.
And they are from Olympia High School. Now again, that is just from the first session, and that is just from the first room. We do not get the scores from the dark room. Those are hand tabulated.
Yes.
And at some point, probably in the next hour or so, we might get the scores from the first half of that session in the dark room. But right now, this is just the standing from those teams that were in the white room, and they are now, those teams, by the way, are now in the dark room trying to maneuver their way through those events.
Right, so I wonder if the dark room is as pensive as it was earlier when we were in there. You know, it was very
Or if it's
tense.
just a chatty group.
Yeah, because, you know, yeah, sometimes that happens, you know, sometimes you just have more chatty groups. So it'll be interesting, but I think that the dark room is probably more similar to a typical working environment of someone in these fields, right?
Yeah.
More like dark. They have up lighting
LED
around
lighting.
there, LED lights, you know, comfortable chairs. It's very much, if you look at a lot of these technical companies, they have very personalized spaces so that they just feel comfortable all the time. Oh, here you can see it on the screen.
yeah.
You can see it's really, really nice.
This is the reason we're not going into that room, but it's very dark. They're working very intently. They have the LED lights in there. Yeah.
Gives it a sense of mystery at
It
the
sure
same time.
does.
Like they're really trying to track down the person who's hacking into somebody else's system. So this is really, really cool. Yeah, so you know, the students will continue to do this now for they probably have about 40 minutes left, I imagine, and then all the scores will be tallied, and then we will have a winner.
We will have a winner, and we will have a winner in this room. They're beginning to set up behind us, like so they brought the table out and the tablecloth. So there are trophies and prizes, and some very substantial prizes for students.
That's right.
Worth quite a bit of money.
Yeah.
And those are all given to us by our sponsors and our partners. And they're IT related items that, you know, our students would want and are coveted. So.
And you know, we're so lucky because, you know, we talk about our partners a lot. We're just so lucky because they do really they breathe life into some of the programs and the experiences, and we couldn't do it without them. So we really, really appreciate, you know, all of our partners and all of the people who are sponsors, because this is where, you know, all of the good stuff comes from, as far as the prizes and the student experience. And, you know, they, gosh, I wouldn't doubt it if they don't have their eyes on a few kids today as they leave to follow their paths through high school and maybe recruit them right out the door.
Well, we would say to anybody that might be watching, if you are in the IT sector or you work for a company that might be interested in partnering with Orange County Public Schools and Orange Technical College in our IT programs, please reach out to OCPS and then to Orange Technical College. We'd love to hear from you and start talking to you and engaging you in terms of doing events like these, or even just coming into the classrooms and speaking,
mentoring,
those
speaking.
types of things. We have all sorts of roles that you could tap into when it comes to our students.
Yeah, mock interviews. There's just a whole bunch of things that you can really.
Well, it's funny you say mock interview. Do you know what I'm thinking?
I know what you're thinking.
What am I thinking, Amy?
The STEM, the IT expo.
I am thinking that. So, go ahead.
So,
talk about it.
Very soon, I believe on the 22nd.
Yep, April 22nd, right here.
Yep, right here where we are. We will be having an IT expo for our students that are in IT programs or are undecided seniors who are just looking to see what IT is about. There will be mock interviews there.
We will be having some mock interviews. A lot of our partners will be on site talking with students. It's going to be a big event, so we will have well over 200 students that will be joining us on the Orange Technical College Avalon campus. This is an event that's put on by Orange Technical College East Campus. The East Campus and Avalon campus are in partnership. They've done a lot of things together. The East Campus will be the IT hub in a few years as we're going through our rebuilding phase. And so this year on April 22nd, we are doing the IT STEM Expo out here. We're going to have plenty of big name industry partners will be on site, like I said, talking to students that are graduating, potential employees. So they'll get to meet our students. We are bringing in students from our programs that are at our high schools as well. And like Amy said, some of the students that we know that might not be quite sure what they're doing after graduation, we're going to be bringing them out as well to see what IT is all about and what programs Orange Technical College has to offer. So we're pretty excited.
We are very excited. There are going to be, like we said, mock interviews. There are going to be some speakers. The students, some of the students will have an opportunity to compete in PC building, and then and keynote speakers, all kinds of good stuff, just to get the kids involved and experience the IT world.
Yeah, and if you're interested in participating or possibly having your company come out, I would encourage you to reach out to Orange Technical College East Campus, that's located in Winter Park, or even Orange Technical College Avalon Campus out here in Avalon Park. They'd be more than happy to talk to you about that.
Yeah, they definitely will. Oh, it's getting loud out there.
I know, I mean, good stuff. We've got quite the hive group going behind us. I feel like this is the meeting of great minds.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, behind us, they're really. So these opportunities also give our teachers a chance to collaborate with face to face. Like we've done a lot of our collaboration on computers and things like that lately, but this is great because they're hashing out some things. You can hear it back there. But what's better? You're doing this great. I need to learn what you're doing, right? So this is really good talk going on. But the other noise I hear, I think, is our actual CT IT team, which was great, helped get this stuff together, and they are troubleshooting as issues might arise, because equipment is equipment, it happens, and they're taking care of that as well. So we're thankful for them too. Yeah. All right. So, as a reminder, we have Olympia High School, Colonial High School, Nature Coast Tech High School, Melbourne High School, Orange Technical College South Campus, University High School, Timber Creek High School, East River High School, and Orange Technical College East Campus, the Winter Park campus, here competing today. So lots of students, adults as well as high school, competing against one another, and it's unbelievable how much the students learn during these activities.
It's great to see the adults interacting. And by that I mean the adult students working side by side with the high school students in each of these rooms. 1 minute you're walking by high school little team, and then you've got these big adults sitting next to them, and they're competing against each other. It's just really very exciting. I want to touch on one thing that Amy and I keep doing. We keep saying Orange Technical College, Winter Park, and then we correct ourselves to East Campus. So just for those of you out there, Orange Technical College is in the middle of a merger, and so while we have considered ourselves to be one college, we are officially going through this process of being one college, Orange Technical College, and with that, some of our campus names are shifting. So our Winter Park campus is becoming East, and so as we're talking about them sponsoring this event, we keep saying Winter Park, and we really do mean East Campus. This is Avalon campus where we're at, and then of course we have Orange Technical College South Campus, which was formerly the Florida campus. So we'll get there. It's all right.
The good thing is that wherever you are, there's one of our campuses to assist you. To fill your need.
We are very fortunate in that, right?
We really are.
We've got West and East and South, and then Main downtown. So we really Avalon. No matter where you are in Avalon, you are close to one of our campuses.
Yeah, which is really great. So, I keep going back to what our keynote speaker mentioned, is that succeeding was great, but much success comes from failure. So I know some of the kids in there are probably feeling initially a little discouraged, right? Because they might, but they still came out with plenty of energy, and I think ready to tackle the next problem. And I think it's really important just to remember, succeeding, getting first is awesome, but you learn a lot when you fail also. Because what do you do when you fail something? You go back and
you're like,
you
what
figure
did
out
I
why.
do wrong?
Right.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
then all the time, whenever you're trying to figure out what you do wrong, you learn another thing new that you might use in the next one. So we have some first-time computers out there, and so I'm interested to see where they end up in the grand scheme of things, since it's the first time around.
Very interesting. So at the district, which is where both Amy and I work, we work at the district office. We got to be a part of possibly recruiting some of the teams that are here today, particularly at our high schools. And I know one of our colleagues, Shauna Sherry, who's also running around here as well, had the chance to reach out to a couple high schools and really encourage them to send a team. And like, she was talking to the instructors, and she shared with me that she was like, just go, just do it, participate. It doesn't matter if you don't place, go for the experience. And she's so right, and that goes right back to what Ms. Stefanowitz was talking about, our associate superintendent who's over Curran Technical Education, saying, it's a defining moment. Go for the experience, go for the connection, go for the network.
That's right. And I think so much now that we see people being afraid to take a leap and just leaping into something, and that these competitions provide a safe area for our students to leap and to try something new without, everyone knowing. Like, you guys out there know about it, but the students, and they can really try something that they haven't perhaps tried before, and hopefully we'll encourage them to try something else new.
Right, and how cool is it that you're in a room with a bunch of people that share your same interests, right?
Man, awesome.
As a high schooler, you sit in programming classes, you have all these classes, but here you are sitting in a room of people that like the same things that you do.
That's right.
And the same interests that you have, and they're from all over the place.
That's right. And I know a few of our teams, I asked them, like, what have you guys been doing to prepare for this? What's your prep like? Well, they're learning their curriculum in their classroom, but on top of that, one team told me they were meeting every night at 7, and I don't know if I think they were doing it virtually, and they would go through and they would plan out all of their strategies, and they had their notes, and it's really good. So not only are they learning about cyber, but they're also building relationships and developing
teamwork, relationships, how to problem solve and strategize. That's awesome. Awesome to hear. Well, I think what we might do is take a break and maybe go into one of the rooms like we did before.
That'd be great.
We're gonna, Miss Amy and I are possibly gonna try to go into one of the rooms and talk to not necessarily the students, and then we don't want to interrupt them because they're
No,
busy.
yeah.
They're busy doing the ethical hacking, is what it's called, ethical hacking. So we don't want to interrupt any teams, but there are some sponsors in the room and adults in the room. Some of our technical team in the room, making sure that everything's running smoothly, and we'll be able to get updates from them when we go in there.
Yeah,
so
that'll be great.
hopefully we will see you shortly. We're going to attempt that.
Yeah, and hopefully have a score update eventually.
And then a score update for sure.
Are you guys? You have a last question. He really said Sonic Colors. Please think. Please. The plot is bad. The gameplay is bad. The music is okay. The music is almost good. The level design is bad. There's special stages. It's almost as bad as Roses. It's almost as bad as Roses. It's almost as bad. Yep, I see you in the class. It's mathematics questions and exams. You want to refresh? Yeah, it's still.
Okay, let's talk about
It does. It does. That's like the end of publishing. I was taking a snap it's like dumb all the lines, but it's really stupid. It's so good. They did one for Sonic 06, one for Adventure 2, and then Adventure 2 Dark. That was Sonic Advance? No, Advance was 2D. I had a Mega Plus the collector's edition for Xbox. I bought one the day it came out, and I never beat it.
Because I wanted to do it inside of there. You're kidding! This is why we can't. Oh man, this guy's gonna hang me It's force of habit. I use Control W to close tabs. That's not my fault.
Actually, Sonic 06, non-bug. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah, basically. It's actually Sonic Control. We're good. It hasn't done that. It hasn't done that. It has not been 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it's legally allowed to get medicine.
What? I apologize.
No, you're just going to have to answer the questions with one of these guys. I can't. I'm done. I know how to progress side.
Are you on weak doors?
Yeah. There is weak doors.
Not weak doors too.
Would be good.
Yeah. Rubber band. Got it. I'll sign it right now.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. There you go. You may have the one coach needed. Insufficient balance.
Insufficient balance. Insufficient balance.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, let me try it again. Okay, and apparently for this pretty bad. Is he gonna add one to our balance?
That's a good piece. We can get one bowl.
Okay, there we go. We need one bowl.
We need one bowl.
And then so now we can part of it.
No, not necessarily. No, chill.
My guess, I'm like 50% sure that what was it? Like the tank. Basic support.
So maybe we do two.
Yes. Yes, I am.
I was curious.
I want my bowl. I will pursue. I'm not. I think it's because we accidentally clicked on the wrong one and we didn't realize See how quickly that's going to go? You messed up the IQ, you messed up the address last one. They did the same thing.
I'm going to log out of this one.
I think he left. I can't do it. Oh yeah, so we can say back. Damn. I should probably text my mom. They keep taking me over this adult thing.
So we can group.
What's That's what I'm doing. We're worried this one. Oh, no.
He has the same laptop as me. No, the guy who's making the search. I have the same laptop as me. Yes. Rebecca did it. So when I was Hi, RB. I am the CEO of Boba.
Right now, what's it? Is it 140?
MFW, my Facebook, make 9.
No pressure. Yeah, no pressure. No. Okay. No idea what we're doing. Okay.
We spent quite a while in the last
We're just going
to.
yeah,
it really shouldn't matter because it's not coming to this computer. I wonder if they're going to
I think that's happening points in processing their bullet on the door. It's gonna ask for the red flag. Never mind the look. Oh my god. Disconnect you. Really get Disconnect and give it a minute.
Do you really need to use work for this song to slave issue too?
I don't know.
What's the name of the
I just know.
Curling and curling. Was it curling? Curling for the I should run. I just didn't refresh it or whatever. I have two decks like I was gonna oh, my tag came off. Oh no. It's a ring one. I need to tag them on. Oh my god. Browser. Oh my god, you closed out of it. Oh, it'll save. Oh, thank God. You almost made us lose Boba stage. No Boba. This is a guy with Boba. I have plenty of bugs. You have no Boba. You did not know how to use password, and then it's password.php. Mine is search what PHP files on
Yes, sir.
Well, it's a very simple.
Just gonna be your Control X. Because when I did that character.
That was the worst one I've ever done.
Oh, no, never mind. No, the website.
Those last two live, but
Your fault? No, that's not my fault.
the social security number? You
Okay.
Data? Send KSD data back yet?
I don't know what they're talking about.
Avalon campus. We are here with Robert Curran, and you are with Orange County Public Schools. You are our CIO, correct? And you actually just were awarded the Florida CIO of the Year as well.
Finalist.
Finalist, sorry, finalist. So
Thank
congratulations on that. And we wanted to take a moment to talk to you because we do partner, so career and technical education for Orange County Public Schools, as well as Orange Technical College. We work a lot with information technology at OCPS, as you can imagine, particularly when it comes to our media and our IT programs. There's a lot that goes into that, a lot of technology. And so we work very closely with your team to try to stay up with the trends and get everything working. And so we appreciate you sitting down to talk to us about this event in particular. And I know, Amy, you had some questions that you wanted to ask Mr. Curran.
So thank you. I noticed you're out here all day today, right? Thank you so much for coming to support the kids.
Oh, we love it. We love coming out here.
So how does this competition relate to your position? Like what you do every day?
Well, you know, I'm in charge of all technology in the district. So getting kids excited about being in technology is a big deal.
Yeah.
Right? It opens their minds, and in events like this, it shows them what's possible, which is literally anything in technology. And it gets them thinking, you know, what can I do when I get out of high school? You know, what are my options?
Right, right. And so currently, like, I know there's been like a lot of transition and things like that and a lot of jobs just in general these last few years. So what do you think that the market is looking like for our students leaving?
The market is hot.
Yeah.
I mean, I have 17 open vacancies in my department.
Oh my goodness, 17.
You know, and this summer we're going to have lots of interns that we're going to be needed. We're replacing 75,000 laptops.
Oh, wow.
75,000 laptops. I can imagine our district is the 8th or 9th largest in the United States. We are a 8th largest.
Yep.
We are a 1-to-1 device district, and we have been for many years. And so those devices have to be swapped out at some point. And so that's where we start talking about the 75,000 devices that need to, I don't even want to imagine what that looks like, honestly. Being delivered, I can't even
delivered. Old ones have to be picked up.
Yeah.
They have to be disposed of.
And I like what you said, interns. So
Right.
we're going to be employing a lot of interns, and I know some
Correct.
of those come from our own career and technical education programs in Orange Technical College. So we love that you're taking our students and giving them that experience that, again, it's connecting, it's defining the moment, getting experience on your resume without actually having a job, but it is really like a job, you know, as an internship.
Oh, sure.
But it's a great experience for the students.
It really is. It shows them, you know, not only here's what some of the portions of what IT does, but it also makes connections.
Right.
Right. So anytime that they need a reference for something, this is great on your resume. You know, I helped the 8th largest school district in America
Right.
image 75,000 devices.
Right.
I mean, that means something.
Yeah.
It does. It really does.
So do you plan a lot of those interns will come from programs like the programs here competing, the students in the programs here competing?
Correct.
Yeah.
And we're glad to have them.
Awesome. What age range is that? 11th grade? That you
11th
usually
grade,
get?
11, 12.
Okay. All right. That's awesome. So in addition to competitions like this, have you seen any other ones that we do that you think is really good that relates, like any programming competitions or anything like that? You had the chance to be involved.
You know, I've seen these cybersecurity ones that were really good. You know, and I saw that it sparked a lot of interest in kids. The manufacturing event that you had, I think, sparked a lot of conversations and, you know, kids thinking about what are we going to do in the future? What are my options? And, you know, and OTC is really excellent because you give kids all these choices.
That's right.
Right? You're not stuck in saying, if you go to this campus, this is all you can do.
Right.
It's a wide range. That's what I like about it. And you said it just a few minutes ago. It kind of opens their eyes to all the different options in IT. Because I know even going down, we refer to it as the second floor, but going into the IT department, it is huge. It's a huge department. And there are many different areas that students can go into and that you're going to expose them to.
Correct. It's just a great place. You know, it's a great field. And if you get some type of certification,
that was to be our next question. So what certifications do you
Security
think
Plus,
are Security Plus?
CCNA.
Yeah, they're saying the same ones over and over, right? Same ones
Right. If you have those certifications, you've got so many companies that want you.
Right.
It's just an awesome thing to do.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about your pathway to where you got to where you are? Like, where did you start? How did you get here?
Sure. Well, I was a high school dropout. I dropped out in 10th grade and went to Job Corps, where I got my GED. Joined the Air Force. Spent about 7.5 years there. Went to private industry for a while. Worked in the corporate IT world. And then it was right around the year 2000. We were doing Y2K testing. And,
I remember that,
yeah, and it was horrible. And I was spending all weekends in different cities. And I really got burnt out. And someone said, why don't you go work for a school district? You know they don't do a lot. So they talked me into going to work for Seminole County Schools in their IT department. And I'm like, you guys lied to me. You work hard.
Well, we might just kind of bend the truth a little bit when we're trying to
They're
get
going to get you in there, yeah.
So we went from Seminole to Orange. We stayed over here for about 3 years. And then I went out to Colorado Springs to be their CIO.
Okay.
And then decided to come home to Osceola Schools. And then an opportunity opened here at Orange.
So back here you came.
Back here I came.
That's awesome. You know, that we've heard a few different pathways today, and it just resonates over and over. No matter what competition we're doing, everyone's pathway is different and unique, and you know, even if a student doesn't want to go straight to college, you know, look at the, you know, the guy before. He was like, yeah, he was able to kind of work his way up. You went your own little pathway to get to where you are. So that's really important.
Go to a technical school.
Yeah.
Learn your certifications, get a trade, get a job, so you can work for a company that's going to pay for your college.
Yes.
That's a great
Right?
idea.
Instead of going into all this debt. I mean, you know, I have a master's of science in project management and leadership from a high school dropout.
I was going to say, when you were like 16, 17, did you ever think in that moment that that's what you were going to do?
Never.
And you got in, you got the GED, and then you just continued and somehow had the light to go off in you,
Right.
and here you are with the master's at CIO, 8th largest school district in the United States. Over 200,000 students.
And growing.
And growing.
Don't want to get you nervous, but you know.
It is growing, and every day, you know, we're opening 6 new schools next year.
Yeah, we're ready. Well, kind of ready. We're kind of ready. So any advice or parting words that you would give to any of our students as they're working their way through high school, some of them graduating, not sure where they're going?
I think the biggest piece of advice I would give is don't give up on your dreams. Right? If you can dream it, you can do it. And there's lots of people that will help you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and congratulations on your pending award. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll get you some help for the 75,000 devices.
If you're in the area and you need a job, this is
there
your
are
guy.
currently openings in our IT department.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, done it. Well, thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with us.
Sure.
We really appreciate it. And I think we're going to go back into one of our rooms as they're beginning to wrap up some of the competitions. They're starting to prepare the awards behind us. And so we will cut back over to one of those rooms, and we will see you back in a few minutes.
That's supposed to be your second. Capitalize on it. Oh. What if it's just username and password? There's no way we actually have 34 minutes.
Oh, wait, we can have that important at the end. You see those pads? We didn't do these cards, we just typed on them. You can visit those like file links. So try to see the water. How about the PhD class? Click up both, but both.
You're wrapping up now? Wesley?
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, then be quiet.
2-minute warning. All right, 1:45. That's time.
Now we see why it's a high school.
Just go ahead and log out of your CyberQ accounts, and we'll get some other shows from that in. But yeah.
Yeah, this is a screenshot.
Okay, let me take a picture of that. Yeah, correct.
No, you could just because
All right, guys, we're going to go in the room next door. Bobby Kuzma is going to talk about for a few minutes on ethics and while we tabulate the results, okay? So get all your stuff, log out.
How did you guys do? Hey,
You just found the first one, not too many.
You're the I know it's January. And on the back side, oh, I know
Okay, so when we take it down, okay, the way this is working, this is the wireless right here, right? And it runs on. And it's what it's here into here, and it's beaming it over here. Okay, so if you look on the other side, over here, so it says channel 4 and channel 4, right? That's running from that.
Excuse me.
Okay. That is running from here to that box and down the Ethernet cable all the way out into the hall where there's another one of these transmitters, and it's beaming it over into the other room. That's how this was working. So when we tear this down, just start tearing it down from here. Know what you're taking apart: batteries, transmitters, camera. HDMI cable. That kind
The
of
only
stuff.
things I remember was the camera,
Yeah.
and then like the
Yeah.
tripod.
That's why you're gonna learn some. We're gonna be in here because we got to take that camera down too.
Which,
So,
What do y'all do tomorrow?
It kind of was all more fun. You had to initially go through the ports on an IP address, and then figure out what language they open, and then based on that, they found
So, did everyone have a reasonably frustrating time? Did anyone get all of the flags? So the answer is no, you didn't get all the flags. No. Oh, good, you weren't intended to get all the flags. You always need to have stretch goals. Come on, if you'd gotten all the flags, you'd be bored. And we can't let you get bored because bored hacker types are dangerous. And we don't want you being left relatively unsupervised. And we wouldn't get invited back. That would be bad. We'd have to set you up in a tent somewhere. You know, we like air conditioning and network connectivity and food. So, Martucci asked me to talk about ethics again. Ethics is a good thing for folks that are thinking about going into security to know a thing or two about. Right from wrong, using our powers for good rather than evil. You know, doing the right thing. None of you are planning on using your powers for evil, right? None of you are running ransomware campaigns for your, coffee money, right? It's a great business model. Does anyone want to admit to running a ransomware campaign in your spare time right now? FBI agents are standing by. Okay, awesome. None of your teachers want to get called in front of a grand jury because of something that they taught you. Yes, because they will deny that they taught any of that stuff to you. Yes, it was extracurriculars. They found it, they learned it on the internet at home. And all of the proxy logs from the school mysteriously disappeared. In all seriousness, we're living in an increasingly connected society. You know, almost every aspect of what we do is mediated by this great big series of tubes, as the folks that are not really understanding any of this but happen to be running the whole shebang seem to think it works. And, you know, everything from the gas we put in our cars to the food that we buy in our stores is impacted by gadgets and gizmos that are connected electronically. And, you know, the Pew Pew map says that there's pew pews going around. No, seriously, the Norse map, those of us in the industry, we call it the Pew Pew map. Hmm? Pew, 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 pew. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty sporty out there. All of this stuff relies on people that hopefully some of you will be joining the ranks of soon, who are willing to be trustworthy, capable, and do the right things. Now, part of that, in order to effectively defend, you got to know how to think like a bad guy. Which means that you do have to be trusted to know how to do all those bad things and behave responsibly with it. So, just like, you know, most cops know how to break into a car really, really easily. Does anyone here know how to break into a car? Without breaking a window. You know how to break into a car? I know the concept. You know the concept. You played GTA. There's other tricks. Don't practice them unless you own the car. There's important facets to this. When, you know, knowing how to do bad things scares a lot of people. Okay? This, you know, literally is a power that most of your fellows don't get. Okay? Because having the ability to do a thing is tantamount in many minds to being guilty of doing the thing. Unfortunately. Just like being in the vicinity of a crime can be tantamount to being accused of committing the crime. It's circumstantial evidence. That's one of the reasons why we security folks often get held to a higher standard. We have to behave above reproach and be honest in our dealings and not do things that are sketchy for various values of sketchy. So what we did in the CTF environment today on the offensive side scanning the ever-loving daylights out of a random server out there. Was that sketchy? Bingo. Doing that to some random server on the internet might be sketchy. Depends on if you have permission. Do some places give open permission for anyone to do that to their stuff? Yes. Do all places? No. Use your powers for good. It is the thing. You've got great skill sets, okay? Seeing what you guys actually did shows me that you've got a lot of promise. Some of you I would have absolutely no problem bringing on board and hiring as junior pen testers. That's not blowing smoke. I did not have opportunities like you guys have when I was in school. This is awesome. This is really, really awesome. So, with all of that, you have a bright path ahead of you if you can avoid scaring the random normal people out there to keep them from, you know, criminalizing all of this security education. Because you know that they'll complain to the school board and try and make them take all the security training out of the schools. The moment someone screws up and does something stupid, right? Because they've done that before. So, don't use your powers for evil. It's not a problem of getting caught. Just don't do the things that are bad. It's real easy. Just don't. I don't want to end up in front of a grand jury testifying about your behavior prior to the incident, and neither do any of your teachers or classmates. Being in front of a grand jury is never as fun as it sounds. Take my word for it. All right. Where's Martucci? Let's try and find him. Because I'm done with the whole ranting about you, but I'm happy to take questions at this point. Yes, sir.
What are some, safe ways that we can practice our powers?
Oh, there are tons of cyber ranges that are available and free. There's stuff like Hack the Box. There's vulnerable VMs that you can download and practice on. There are lots of companies that have open testing policies and bug bounty programs that they'll actually pay you cash money if you find legit vulnerabilities in their infrastructure. There are folks that I know that are pulling in, you know, tens of thousands of dollars or more in when they find legit vulnerabilities. It's good stuff. So, you know, if you develop a decent skill set, which you've got, and you want to hone it on actual in the wild infrastructure, bug bounties are a good way to go. But you know, there are plenty of other ranges similar to what EC Council has built.
Well, while we're waiting, I just want to take the time. Hey, guys. Bobby Kuzma gives a lot of his time. Every year he comes out to support us from year 5, so let's welcome him for taking his time. And In appreciation, Bobby, thank you so much. We appreciate you dedicating your time and driving all the way from Lakeland. Got it. They're still tabulating. We got a guy named, I'm not going to say his initials, but his name is TJ Thoss. He's just trying to, they just got the one results and they're going to combine it. I think it's going to take us a couple more minutes to do that. And I do want to tell you a couple things. When you do leave here, students, back in the break room, whatever food we have left over, I put a bunch of sodas and waters out there, grab them. I've got extra shirts from last year, plus EC Council has some shirts there. Grab one, take it home with you. You know, whatever we have left over, feel free to take it, okay? We want to thank you. But the one group that I did not thank, and I feel, and rightfully so, probably the most important group, is your teachers. So let's give it up for your teachers that take the time to work with you every day. We've got a lot of good prizes this year. I guess we've got, of course, the trophy size. There's bragging rights. I won't want to say something, but I think some schools trying to three-peat Olympia to see if they can pull it off again this year. But there's the first, second, and third. First place, you have your Quest 2s. Second place, you have your Roams, your Sonos. Third is sort of interesting. You've got a Pi-Top tablet with a cordless keyboard that can help you do your programming. It's pretty cool right here. I want to thank LG for some from the earbuds. That's Miss Carrie here from year one. Thank you, Carrie, for their support as always. Test Out has and also there's some gift cards here for the team winners also. Test Out's giving 3 courses in their sim lab for free for the students and I believe the teacher. 2 for second place and 3 for third. I know Wesley's got, he's going to surprise me. He's got courses from EC Council. I want to say the first prize package is probably over close to $2,000 per student. Second prize, when you add up everything, is going to be close to probably $1,200, $1,300, and third prize would probably be about $500 to $600 when it's all said and done. Hope you like your tool sets in there that you got if you've looked at those screwdrivers. Pretty cool. I came across that site. It was called Injured Gadgets. I was reading a magazine, and it said this is one of the top little toolkits to get. And so I just called them up out of the blue. And they were out of North Carolina. They shipped a bunch down to us, and now they're vendors for our school district, so we can use that for our classes as well. So I hope you like that. Oh, your coins. They're in Indianapolis. I should have an image for you. With supply chain issues, I got a tracking from UPS, not UPS, FedEx last week said they'll be in on March 3rd. I said, great, they're going to be in early. We'll get a chance to put them in the bags. And then all of a sudden last night I got an updated tracking figure. I was excited to open it. I thought it was going to say they're here. It said delayed in Indianapolis. So then I called FedEx up and they're having a hard time with some drivers getting them. So now they're scheduled to come in on the 14th. Of course, we're closed for spring break on the 14th. So when they do come in, I will make sure that I get them to everybody here, whether it's to your teachers or I mail them to the to the schools wherever you're at. I'll make sure you get them because they sort of become a tradition here, the commemorative coins. What else? What'd you think of the T-shirts this year? I went crazy. I went to black instead of gray. No. I figured I'd go really wild and crazy on that. Any thoughts from the students here? Your experiences at all? You want to share it all? Give it up. Yes, sir.
It was fun. My first time.
First time? Where are you from?
DC.
Oh, from Timber Creek? Far drive. I want to thank, again, Mr. Early for his team coming all the way from Hernando, and of course Jacob and the Melbourne team for continuing with us. Plus, I like the name tags this year. I thought they were sort of cool with the color and all that stuff. We kind of sort of kept that black theme. And we're going to open it up probably in the fall next year or early fall about ideas, and we may just go to the teachers. What are ideas that you want to see? I think the kids this year took the Mr. Robot theme and stuff. It was between that and I think the other one that I saw out there a little bit was what's the one with the laughing man, that anime? When it goes to the shell, somebody threw that out there too, the laughing man type stuff. So we'll see what next year's is. Any from our, as I'm filibustering and buying time.
I need to do more Q&A.
Oh, there you go. And then that'll allow me to check where the results are.
Yeah. So, what else you got?
So,
yes,
question. Next step for the young cyber kids, if they want to take a junior pen test position or take some type of internship, what would you recommend?
Oh,
You want to make sure that your writing skills are on point. Seriously. Clear, concise communication and writing. Okay? Spelling counts. Okay? Bonus points if you can actually communicate and present. It is not enough just to be able to hack stuff. You need to be able to talk about what you did and how it impacts a customer from a business perspective. You need to be able to articulate that in writing and possibly actually tell them about it. When you do the readout, that presentation's really important. And if you can do that and you have the technical chops to actually do the security work, oh man, you are worth your weight in platinum. Okay? That is the ticket for a job that will pay like north of mid hundreds, like 150 and up, okay, after a couple of years of experience. Seriously. Because folks with the technical skill set and folks with the actual ability to communicate are rare as hen's teeth. Okay? I don't want to tell you how often, as a leader in the pen testing space, I would find folks that had great technical skills, but when they wrote up what they did, I would have to kick it back covered in comments like, unclear, what the heck are you saying? Please fix. Is this even English? Did a cat walk across your keyboard? Wholly run-on sentences, Batman. There is a page of English here, and I don't believe there is a period. What is this thing here? It looks like words. These are all actual comments I have left in juniors' pen test reports. From English speakers. So, writing and communications, seriously. You don't have to be Shakespeare. you do not have to be J.K. Rowling. You do not have to be insert popular novelist of the day. You do have to be able to clearly and concisely communicate. You will improve with time. But I teach a couple of university courses on the side, which is a change from last year. If y'all's current writing is a predictive indicator of what I'm seeing from university students, please focus on that. Please focus on working on your writing. If what I'm seeing at the university level is any kind of indicator of what high school writing is like these days. If you can improve that significantly before you hit the job market, you will be well rewarded.
Ready?
Oh, are we ready to go? Do we have good things?
Winners right here.
Sweet. You have your list.
First off, you're going to announce what.
Oh, okay.
I want to recognize a team that traveled the farthest this year. Of course, now I just told them who it is. But Justin and his team that comes all the way from Hernando. We've got a classroom set of Arduinos for you to use here. Value of $500-something.
Okay, so my favorite hacky thing to build with an Arduino is a prox card cloner. A proximity card cloner. So you know this lovely little badge here?
I hope you can say I'm at work and I'm not.
It's a proximity card. And if you get the reader with an Arduino, it's a little serial card thing. You can read the code off of it, and then you can.
Oh, I thought when you said proximity, that it said that I was at work when I was really at the beach.
No, but we could walk up to you and clone the card.
There you go.
So fun hacky project.
Where's Wesley? Wesley, come on in. Yep. Hey guys, let's get up for Wesley, EC Council.
All right. Now, in third place,
And what's the third place getting, Wesley?
So, yes, good point. So, with all last year's awards and the previous years we sponsored, what we've done is we've taken CH scholarships and lab ranges and certification exam vouchers, and we basically donated those for the scholarship. So these lab ranges are in CyberQ, so the same platform we just competed in, which is great. So those third place is going to get 5 lab range licenses to CyberQ for CH. So this is the third place prize. Second place will get 10 CH lab range licenses, and then first place is going to get full CH scholarship bundles with the cyber range and CyberQ.
All right. So, very nice prize pack. Thank you, Wesley. None of you are old enough to get that joke, probably. In third place, we have the Network Hounds.
Where's the stream team? Can you get somebody from the stream team to do a picture of the group, please?
Yeah, someone.
All right. Wait, by the way, stream team, where are you guys from?
Dr. Phillips High School.
We do want to thank Dr. Phillips High School. Where's the teacher? All right, guys, thank you so much. And we'll give you all your stuff afterwards, your trophies and the awards for the teams.
We have second place. In second place, Hard Targets.
So it paid to sit in the second row.
Well, they're not from Osceola.
And our winner for the third year, Olympia Trojans.
Good job,
Yeah, I think everyone here did a great job. And some of you are going to be graduating out at some point, right? Presumably?
This is probably the last year.
Probably. Okay. Can someone check the records to make sure they are actually going to be graduating? Okay. I'm just messing with you. Thank you everyone for coming out. This was another great year, and for those of you who aren't departing seniors, I look forward to seeing you again, hopefully, next year for another round.
Thank you so much. And thanks again, Bobby. Appreciate you. All right, again, everyone a good hand. And I do want to thank our OCPS ITS team with Dave, Russell, and Raj and his team here for all that they do. And I am proud. We do have a new sponsor this year. If you ever see their stuff, it's pretty cool. You'll have vouchers in here with codes in it for the people that won this. Hack 5. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They're out of Washington, D.C. It's pretty cool. You've seen them? So they're going to be. They said they'll get more involved next year, and as we keep it going. So we're excited about that as well. All right, everybody. Thank you. Make sure you grab an extra shirt on the way out. Grab some soda. Grab some water. Drive safely. Enjoy your spring break if you're in Orange County, and if you have a spring break and not in Orange County, enjoy that as well. Thank you. Yes, sir. The other teams can come up here and get their prizes. I don't want to say something on tape.
Alrighty, and welcome back as we begin to wrap up the Central Florida Cyber Challenge out here at Orange Technical College in Avalon Park at our Avalon campus. You can see some of the action behind us. Students are milling around. They're beginning to head out. We did just hear the winners announced, so we kind of want to take you through and talk about who those winners were. So in third place, we had the Network Hounds. They're from Orange Technical College, our South Campus, under the direction of TJ Foss. In second place, we had Hard Targets, again from Orange Technical College, our South Campus, under the direction of TJ Foss. And then our first place winners, we heard that this is not the first time that they are the first place winners, were the Olympia Trojans 3.0. They are led by Ramel Cologne, who's our instructor, and we're seeing some pictures of them. They are an Orange Technical College program that is located on the Olympia High School campus. And so those are all dual enrollment students that are working toward their degrees in IT while they're still in high school. So that's very, very exciting. And congratulations to all the winners. They had great prize packages worth thousands of dollars. So that was very exciting. If you have a chance, you can scroll back and hear about all the different things that were in each of those packages. We did have a special award go out to our instructor or our teams that traveled the farthest. We did have a team here from Hernando County led under the direction of their instructor, whose first name was Justin, and he received a class set of Arduino tablets, or something. I'm probably saying it wrong, but anyways,
it's a $500 value.
Yes, it was very great. He was very appreciative of that, and it's something he can use in his classroom. So it has been an exciting day out here at Avalon campus, and we do want to go ahead and once again thank all of our sponsors. I'm going to go ahead and let Amy sound them all off.
We have so many. We're so lucky. So we want our presenting sponsors, the EC Council. Our platinum sponsors are Career Source, Central Florida, Grayson, Sterling, Cisco, Intel, Test Out, and Core Security. Our gold sponsors are Hack 5, Kensington, PyTop, CDW, Fortinet, Lenovo. Our silver sponsors are GW Publisher, Sim Central Florida, Marcraft, the OCPS Foundation, CompTIA, Spiro, Injured Gadgets, Learning Lab Inc., TaylorWorks. Our bronze sponsors are Siemens, Pitsco, UDT, Staples, and Certiport. We could not do this without all of you. Thank you so much for your support.
And also the teachers. We want to thank the teachers
so many people
for all their hard work in the classroom and preparing our students for competition and for the workplace, and doing this practically all year round, depending on where they're from. and everybody else that helped put it together. Our technical team from the district office and career and technical ed, who set up the challenge rooms, got everything working, did a lot of troubleshooting, and of course our fabulous stream team that's been all over the place, shooting from the different rooms and calling this show as we're doing it, or calling the stream as we're going live. We do want to thank, of course, the Associate Superintendent Melanie Stefanowitz for supporting career and technical education and supporting this initiative in particular. And then also Michael Martucci, who is one of our assistant directors at the district office, who was instrumental in organizing this along with our enterprise teachers at our Orange Technical College campuses.
That's
right. So I think that about wraps up everything that we have to say. Amy, I'm going to let you take us out.
I'm looking at it. I think we've got it all covered. It's such a long list of helpers. Thank you so much, everyone, and we hope to see you at our next event. This is Amy and Michelle.
Yeah. Oh, and she's going to let me do it. CTE is the place to be, and hashtag we show up.